check, 1, 2, check, 1, 2. Hey, 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 hey. Check, 1, 2. Hey, hey, check, 1, 2, check, 1, 2.
I said it's a little crunchy.
Okay. Hey, hey, check, 1, 2, check, 1, 2. Hey, hey, how we coming? How we sounding now? Hey, hey, check, 1, 2.
So you guys had to fix this.
Yeah, then we had some static. Hey, hey, oh yeah, it's coming in hot, yeah. Yeah, because I mean, Maggie's all the way down here. Hey, 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 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, hey, hey. Hey, hey, how we sounding? Very Cliff. Yeah, turn it down a little bit. Hey, hey, check, 1, 2, check, 1, 2. How we sounding now? How's that sound now? Check, 1, 2, check, 1, 2, hey, hey. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, check, do you hear me? Can you hear me? So, I pledge allegiance to this. Okay, so.
Yeah, because I'm looking. Was it just at the board?
Hey, hey, check, 1, 2. I mean, I'm just, okay. Oh, to the stream. It is through the, oh, that's what it, that's right. Okay, so it's, Ox, it was Ox, okay, so right here. So let me see.
If you want to do it individually or master, I mean, it doesn't really matter. If it's crunchy, it's crunchy.
Yep, that's true. How was anything else? That's good. Hey, hey, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, hey, 1, 2.
Yeah, because I watched them turn that.
Hey, hey, 1, 2. Instructions went to the streams. No. Let me check some. Let me check something real quick.
He's sussing it.
Okay, so this was so it is Ox 3.
And then so like I could
Yeah, so it's Ox 3.
Yeah, because there's also, I don't know if you're sending.
Ox is over there. Yeah, it's Ox 3. So it's the main Ox 3. I mean, turn these down.
Again, do a check.
Check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, hey, hey. Hey, hey. 1, 2, hey, hey. Can you hear me now? Hey, 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 hey. Hey, hey.
Said it did get a little.
It did? Okay, so, yeah, how's it sound? Check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2, hey, hey. Hey, hey. Hey, hey, 1, 2, 1, 2. How we sounding now, Cliff? Hey, hey. 1, 2, 1, 2, hey, hey. Check, 1, 2, 3, 4. How we sounding? Hey, hey. How we looking over there? Okay. Check, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. Okay, so we'll just turn it all the way down and shit. We'll just turn it all the way down, see how that sounds. Hey, hey, check, check, 1, 2. Hey, hey, check, 1, 2, check, 1, 2. How we sounding? How we sounding there? Too far? All right. So, okay, so we're on the right path here. We're getting there, all right. Check, 1, 2, check, 1, 2. Okay, talk to me, Cliff. How are we sounding now? Keep going. Hey, 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 talk to me. Where we at, Cliff? Hey, hello, hello, hey, hey. Okay, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. 1, 2. Right there? Is that what he's talking about right there? Hey, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check 1, 2. I hope I'm sounding good. Check 1, 2. All right, match that one. Okay. All right, cool. All right. Right on. All right, Cliff, thank you. One more check. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, can you hear me? Hey. 1, 2, 1, 2. We're good? Gucci? Okay.
that okay? Okay. Okay. Say a couple of sentences. Hi, Shafiq. Hi, John. That's good.
Well, welcome back, everyone. I know that we had a grand surprise to reveal. Oh, wow. This is the part where you get to extend your networking and exchange business cards. So we're going to do that. It's a perfect opportunity to exchange your cards and spark conversations that could lead to opening doors, an exciting new opportunity. So let's make the most of every minute. We'll get started here in about 10 minutes or so. So feel free to hang out, mingle, and we'll get rolling here soon.
Check 1, 2.
All righty, welcome back, everyone. I hope you're having a good time networking. I hope you made some engaging connections today that sparked new ideas and opportunities. Now let's turn our focus to a critical topic at the forefront of tomorrow's leadership landscape. Echoing the wise words of Malcolm X, the future belongs to those who prepare for it today. Our next keynote speaker, Tammy Dowley Blackman, CEO of Tammy Dowlin Blackman Group LLC, will enlighten us on Gen Z ROI, cultivating leadership. An accomplished executive leader and board member for national foundations and advisory boards, Tammy has served in roles across the country. So in her keynote, she will share insights into how we can empower and harness the unique talents of Gen Z, who are not just preparing to lead the future, they are stepping up now. Please welcome Tammy to the stage as she unveils strategies for cultivating the dynamic young leaders.
Thank you. We got my, you got it, John? Thank you. How many of you know what that song is? John's going to turn it up a little bit for us. We need to get you some energy after lunch. How many know that song? Let me see your hands. Oh, a couple others. What's that song? Got to Be Real, Cheryl Lynn. Thank you, John. Thank you, Chief. So we put that song on just because of, yes, after lunch, yes, to get you moving a little bit. But it really was about this idea of if you have a theme song. I'm going to ask the two that are talking back there if you can have a seat and talk about your theme song later. Thank you. But this idea with Gen Z is really thinking about who they are, is the conversation I want to have with you today. So that song, Got to Be Real by Cheryl Lynn. Shafiq, when we were looking it up, he says to me, that's an old one. I was like, it is. So I picked that as my theme song when I was 10 years old, and I have never let it go. Other songs I love and I've brought on board along the way, but that is my theme song. And I think about it as a theme song for this conversation about Gen Z and about integrating them into our workforce. So we've got 30 minutes and we're going to do three things. The first thing we're going to do is I'm going to give you a little perspective about Gen Z. The second thing I'm going to do is we're going to talk about these pain points for Gen Z as they're entering the workforce. Some have entered already and some are just about to enter the workforce. And then this third thing we're going to do is talk a little bit about three actions that he's working on it. Is that a little better? Good. And the third thing are these 3 actions that we can do today that you can take in thinking about Gen Z and their leadership. So how many of you know what Gen Z is? Hands? Good, 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 good. So we're going to talk about Gen Z in that perspective, but first I want you to sort of put yourself, to think about yourself in this way. So I've got a couple slides here. I'm not going to slide you to death, but I do want you to think about some of these things. And people have said to me that some of it is just easier when it's a visual. And it's looking like my little advancer isn't working so well. Do I do it from here or there? I'm having all kinds of tech troubles today. Over this way? There you go. So really about this Gen Z and thinking about Gen Z is really about centering leadership. So their ROI, return on investment, is our return on investment. And the way I think about this is centering their leadership. So if you will keep that in mind as we go through this, that this is about all of us, it's about all of our return on investment, but with Gen Z, it's really about thinking about how we center their leadership. So before we start talking about that perspective of Gen Z, I want you to quickly think about your influences. And this is really important because the more that we can put ourselves in Gen Z's shoes, the better we are. So when I think about my influences, you see these words, you know, that word cloud. I think about my mom, my Aunt Trudy. I talk about Avon, the original gig worker, community action, a speakeasy. Yes, my Aunt Trudy ran an illegal speakeasy of which I started working in when I was 8 years old. That's my origin story. But really what these 2 women, my mom and my Aunt Trudy, were really giving me, and I didn't understand it and didn't have words for it, not only were they teaching me entrepreneurship, but they were really talking about the values, the kind of values about how you're going to work. And this is really important when you think about your own influences. How many of you held a part-time job? I don't assume your ages, but you held a part-time job. Name some of those part-time jobs. Anybody? Paper delivery, the Gap, anybody else? Dry cleaners, all kinds of things. I worked at the local bodega that Miss May owned. I worked there from the time I was 13 until I went off to college. Everybody has something if you're of a certain age. But how many of you realize that with Gen Z, that this is the first generation in 5 decades to come to the workforce with actually very little work experience? Very little work experience. How many of you have Gen Zers in your life? Yep, a couple of hands. I too have a Gen Zer in my life. But they come to this with very little work experience, and that again is important. So when you think about, again, those influence stories that I told you about mine, my mom was, you know, making dinners. We sold on Saturday. She ran a hair salon out of our kitchen, cleaned it all up by 2 o'clock, turned it over, and then it was making dinners that we then sold. My mom sold Avon, and I had to help her package it and deliver it. Again, my Aunt Trudy had the speakeasy. We were always working, and I was always learning. I was learning customer service. I was learning the nuance of people and their personalities. I was learning about how you distribute your product. I was learning about how you purchase, the numbers. I was running the cash box in the speakeasy when I was 8 years old. Those are things that you just don't just dump on someone later and expect them to know. Those are important things, and they may not have seemed like much of anything back then, but they were important. So you think about your origin stories, and then again, think about as we talk about Gen Z. So when you think about who influenced you, I want you to also think about not only who influenced you, but I also want you to think about what they were teaching you, lessons that you, again, didn't even realize were so important. And I want you to keep that in mind as we talk a little bit more about Gen Z and their background and their influences. So when you think about this, the reason I put this visual is, again, people said to me, I hear you saying these numbers, but please, I need to see it. Think about this, that we've got Gen Z born between 1995 and 2012. So that means the oldest of Gen Z is about to be 30 years old. I have a goddaughter who's in graduate school, about to be 30 years old. I cannot believe it. That's the oldest of them. They entered the workforce beginning in about 2018, right? And then we've got those on the youngest who are born in roughly 2012. They're in 8th grade. They're about to head to high school. So from high school, almost high school, to about 30 years old is the range for current Gen Zers. So now you've got that in your head. Picture that, again, your nieces, your nephews, your neighbors, whomever. We've got just shy of 70 million Gen Zers. That's a lot of people, 70 million. In 2023 alone, just 2 years ago, 17 million Gen Zers entered the workforce. And by 2030, which is less than 5 years away, we're projected that we will have 30% of our workforce will be Gen Z. Think about that. Let those numbers sink in. In less than 5 years, it'll be 2030, and 30% of our workforce will be made up of Gen Z. Now, also remember, we've got about 5 generations in the workforce, right? So you've got those folks who are very young and those who are very seasoned. I refuse to say old. They are very seasoned. But that's a lot of different personalities, interests, but also a lot of different ways that people have been taught and their influences that you've got mixed there in the workforce. And I want you to think about, again, so that 17 million that have entered the workforce since 2023, and you've got about, by 2030, you're going to have about 30%. And then you think about that, again, Gen Z is the first generation to come to the workforce with very little work experience. Does not mean that they are not smart. This is the generation that is described as entrepreneurial. They're digital natives. They care about public issues. They are incredibly smart and talented and funny and all of these things, but don't come to the workforce, again, with a lot of that work experience. How do we do this? How do we write this? How do we engage? And because they are so smart that many times that it can get, this is where I then hear from managers, they think they know everything. They just want to jump right in. So I want you to keep that in mind again. I want you to look at this one. I'm sorry, this is moving a little bit. And this is really important. Again, one, people ask me to put in a visual because I just told you who they are, their personality traits. And now I want you to think about this, that we've got 60% of Gen Zers who they expect their managers to care about their well-being. I told you they care about issues, they care about people, they're having nuanced conversations. They want you to care about their well-being. Then you've got another 65% or so of Gen Zers who describe themselves as they are ready and willing to learn and jump in. And I can tell you, having a Gen Zer and working with many of them, I don't discount that. Love to learn, want to be involved. But then you've also got about 70% of Gen Zers who expect that they're going to get their first promotion within 18 months on the job. I don't know what you were doing. When I got my first job, I certainly wasn't getting a promotion within 18 months. And I can also tell you that my first boss, Liz, she did not care about my well-being. It was get that work done, get it done on time, and just do. It had nothing to do with how I was doing. So you've got about, again, 70% of them who are saying, I want to be promoted within 18 months. And then you've got about 74% of Gen Zers who say they would leave their job for a low salary, due to a low salary. So all these things feel like, wait, I thought you cared about this, I thought this, but you're telling me this. It can feel, as managers tell me, so back to this idea of pain points. I told you we would do 3 things. One is give you some perspective about Gen Z. 2, we talk about those pain points for Gen Z and for their managers. And the managers who are hiring them and then have to supervise them, these are the things that drive them crazy. When we do the research, when we're there and asking to be of support to their teams, they're saying, I can't work with them. How do you think you get here and then you're just going to jump right in and have a promotion in 18 months? How are you telling me that you don't want to work for this salary? So we've got those things going on. But then you've also got Gen Z saying, but I want to jump in and I want to learn. And then you've got about 75% of Gen Zers, again, who tell you that they care about the social impact. So they are researching their potential employers. They're looking to see, do you care about your team members? They're looking on Glassdoor to see what your ratings are. They're looking to see that, do you care about animals, who you support politically? Do you care about diversity, equity, inclusion? And there, where many are having the conversations that are so politicized about DEI now, they're saying, look, this is not about tolerating. We expect this. This world is incredibly diverse, and it's not about just race. This is about class, where people come from geographically. It's about sexual orientation, religion, what people care about. This is not this one-dimensional conversation. They're not interested in having that. And then you've got about 92% of Gen Zers who've graduated. And when I say graduate, we're not just talking about from 4-year college. It could be 2-year college. It could be technical school. But 92% of them who say that they would like to discuss mental health at work. This is the first generation that was willing to put that front and center and not pretend that everything was okay. And it really opened the door in some very positive ways for everyone. But now many of our employers are starting to think about well-being at work. How you use your employee benefits for more than just your health insurance or an occasional professional development. So again, these are some of the things that people have asked me about. These Gen Z concerns, I've mentioned some of them. This loss of commitment to DEI, climate change, mental health, economic concerns, AI will eliminate their jobs. I've actually had managers who are older say, wait, they're worried about AI like I'm worried about it? Yes. Many of them are worried about AI. They are excited about it, they're using it, but they also are worried about what does it mean for them, and as they're trying to settle into the workforce, they're trying to pick jobs, when will those jobs be gone? So what does that mean for them? When we ask those managers again about their pain points, they talk about managing Gen Z, and they say, you know, I've got 40% of leaders claim that Gen Z is not prepared for work. And this is not just a claim. There's research that has been done that show that the chasm between what students know coming into the workforce, coming out of college, and what employers wish they knew. But I want to remind you, this is not just about what Gen Z and they're not willing to do. This is about what we've actually been willing to teach them. It's really hard to tell a Gen Zer, I want you, when they're in middle school and high school, I want you to learn how to play multiple sports, and I want you to speak multiple languages, and I want you to do this and this, and I want you to apply to 20 colleges, and then to say to them, oh, and I want you to also have all of this incredible work experience and know how to be in the workforce. We have to take some responsibility for that. I am a parent of a Gen Zer. We've wanted the best for them, whether they were our neighbor, our own children, our nieces, our nephews. We have wanted the best for them. And one of the things that we've taken off the table is the way in which they get work and get integrated into work, because they're trying to do all of these other activities. Managers also report to us, they say about 42% of managers say that, you know, they claim that Gen Z employees introduced a more casual workplace environment. I've worked with many a manager over the last few years. This really gets under their skin. They want it to look professional. They want people to still come to the office. And some of this is about COVID, and some of this is about they're saying there are ways in which Gen Z works that they would prefer they did not, and they've brought this culture into the workplace. But I've also had other managers who say, I think it's great. I don't care what they wear as long as they come and they get the work done. But we've got these competing things that people are concerned about. So again, you've got those who are saying, this is something that I'm worried about. And then you've got a percentage of managers who think Gen Z lacks a work ethic and communication skills. It's a huge number, about 70%. So again, a generation that is very technologically advanced, and they're used to being on their machines, and this is what they're used to doing, and doing it in a few short words. You know, you may have seen the reports about how many kids nowadays don't actually know how to write cursive. Many of them actually don't. There was a report in the Atlantic magazine recently about how many of them don't know how to read long form, any kind of journalism, any kind of book. They're used to doing it very short order. They're used to going on the computer. I mean, again, it used to be you had to go get Cliff Notes. They don't have to do that. They can just get a summary, again, through AI. So I'm not about making any of these about bad or good, just saying they're different. And when you've got 5 generations in the workforce, it can feel tough navigating all of this. And then you've got that percentage of managers who do not understand what Gen Z needs in the workforce. About 75% of them report to us, I want to actually welcome Gen Z into the workforce. I want them to be the best leaders possible. I'm really not sure what to do for them. I'm not sure what to give them. And then lastly, you've got that another about 75% of managers who find it challenging to meet Gen Z's needs and their workplace expectations. So these are these managers who are saying, look, I'm trying, but I can't give you more salary. I can't give you more days off. I don't know what else to do. I need you to actually be here, and I need you to be working. So you've got pain points from Gen Z saying, hey, I want to be in places that care for me. I want to be in places that are teaching me. I'm ready to jump in. I want some experience. I want understanding. And you've got those who've hired them and now have to manage them saying, but you can't do this in 18 months. You can't expect everything, and I need you to slow your roll a little bit. And so we're constantly being called in, trying to help them figure out how to find a middle ground and what that middle ground looks like so that it advances everyone. And the way in which I do this is really talking to them about how do we center leadership. And that's been a way in which it has helped both those, again, who are hiring and managing Gen Z and Gen Z, because we need them to actually be leaders. We need them ready to go because our world is getting only more complex. And so we are trying to figure out the ways in which we do this. So we're thinking a lot about what this looks like, and it can't be the same as it always has been. There are literally things we are doing in the workforce different than we did even 2 years ago in the ways in which we're coming in and we're asked to come in. There are things that have changed dramatically, of course, because of COVID, but there are other things that have nothing to do with COVID. It is literally that things keep changing for Gen Z just that fast. I don't know if you talk to your Gen Zers who are about, 23, 24. My daughter's 23, and there are things I ask her, and she'll say to me, you don't need me. You need to go get you a younger Gen Z. Can you imagine a 23-year-old saying, you need to go get you somebody younger? She says, no, you need a teenager for that. I'm old. I'm old at 23. You need a younger teenager for that. But that's how fast things are changing for them and also in our workforce. So we're trying to figure out how do we take the other four, those in the generation, the other four generations in the workforce, how do we take the things that they know and they do, and how do we blend it with what Gen Z is trying to do and what they need? And we're also trying to figure out how to do this for those who are in offices that have remained remote. At most, most of our clients are only back to work 2-3 days a week at most, and some only come together as a team once a quarter. And so we're trying to figure out how to do this. So I said we were going to do three things. One, we were going to put a little perspective around Gen Z. And two, was going to help you think about some of those pain points for both Gen Z and for those who are hiring them and managing them. And so what you see is that they both have legitimate arguments here about how they're doing, how they're feeling, what their concerns are. You've got Gen Z trying to do the best job they can. They're trying to jump in. They're trying to understand. They're scared about, am I going to be useful? Are there going to be ways in which I can contribute? And sometimes what I have found in those Gen Zers, when they're all over the place and it feels like to those who've hired them and are managing them, that they think they're entitled or they know everything. What you really have is a Gen Zer who's really afraid. You have a Gen Zer who is really not sure how to blend in, because again, if I don't have those experiences, and then even the internships I got in college were remote because of COVID, and now I'm working in a place that's overwhelmingly remote, it is very difficult to figure out how to make your place in space. And so you can end up feeling like you're just all over the place. And what that can translate to that person who's been in the workforce for a long time is that you come off as that you're entitled, you know everything. It really is not always that. So when I go back to that idea of these influences, I ask you to think about your influences. I ask you to put yourself in Gen Z's shoes and to be a bit empathetic. Now, I am not saying let them run over you. I'm not saying give them everything. And I know that those who feel that they are presenting themselves as entitled, you will know how to manage that. But I really do encourage you to think about this empathy. When we find that we are helping leaders figure out how to be their most empathetic, we find that teams are growing faster. So now I wanted to give you some of those things to think about in terms of tools you might use. And here are some of the tools that we're using. So I said to you, you'd have as number 3, you'd have 3 actions at least. One of those actions is rethinking professional development, completely rethinking professional development. And when I say completely rethinking professional development, how many of you in this room got executive coaching along the way in your career? Anybody? What was the average age when you said you think you got that executive coaching? Average age. 40. Somebody else? Average age when you got executive coaching? 33, 35. Say it again. 25, you were good. 40 is about the average age. That's a long time to wait. And it used to be that professional development and executive coaching was seen as a gift, as something as a reward for having put your time in and you've been there and you've been doing the work. And what we've been really working through with those that we go into corporate, government, nonprofits, as well as philanthropic, and we've been helping them to think about how you flip that on its head and actually to provide executive coaching and professional development at the very beginning. And what we've also done is completely change their onboarding programs so that the onboarding is being, what we have found with Gen Z is you have to be super duper clear in that job description. If you really stopped and you really thought about how many ways that you as an employer, as a team member, as a director, a manager, there are so many ways we have found that people, particularly 40 and over, I'm there, it is not a knock on us, but there's so many things that we assume that people will know. That because we learned it, we did it, we assume that others know it and they know how to do it. And that cannot be the case with Gen Z. So being super clear in the job description and really rethinking the onboarding experience to ensure that it's an onboarding experience that is much more comprehensive. This isn't about hand-holding or coddling someone, just being super clear about it has worked wonders. That professional development experience, it can't just be a conference here or there anymore. Conferences are important. We're here at an amazing conference. They're important. But we actually would encourage you to think about some of the things that you could do that are closer to home. And we have found that with Gen Z, how many minutes do you think that Gen Z, most people will laugh at this, they can actually keep attention on something? Think about it. How many hours, minutes do you think that they can actually keep attention on something? 5 seconds, 20 minutes, 5 minutes. The time is 10 minutes. 10 minutes. And this is not just Gen Z. I'm naming them, but this is not just Gen Z. For all of us, our attention span has dropped dramatically, because of technology. It's so many things coming at us so fast, and we're trying to translate a lot of information. 10 minutes. So really creating some mini courses that are about 10 minutes long have been really important for Gen Z to take in good information, to learn, but to have to do it in shorter span because they cannot keep the attention span. And not just them, but many of us. So think about that. What would it look like to create modules as part of the professional development, easy access, or even quick opportunities for a webinar, or the things you're doing internally with the group? But it cannot be long. It cannot be hours long. I also want to ask you, when you think about communication, how many times do you think people have to hear something now before it sinks in? How many times? 5, 7, 3, 21, 10. Close. 21 is what you said? 20. 20 times. And again, this isn't just Gen Z, this is us, all of us. It takes about 20 times for you to hear it, see it, before it sinks in. You might get pieces of it, but for it to sink in. So you think about all of these competing forces and thinking about how you might need to rethink your professional development. And when you think about onboarding differently and you think about professional development, it is incredible. Lastly, what I'll say under that professional development, what we've also helped Gen Z do and their managers is we help them to learn how they work best, because what we realized is there were competing ways in which they were working, and they felt like one was better than the other, and they actually could meld and be helpful to each other. So we use things like the DISC, and you can use all kinds of things, but really helping people to understand how they operate under stress is really telling. And what we found, and if some managers were really angry about it at first. I had one that I worked with, and she said, I don't get this, because Gen Z works collaboratively. They really like working together in teams. They like figuring it out. And this manager said, I just had to figure these things out on my own. Why wouldn't they? I don't want them working together. It's like, who cares? As long as it gets done, right? As long as it gets done. But again, having to rethink what onboarding looks like, professional development looks like, and the way in which you build teams and the tools you use to invest in those teams may not necessarily be time consuming, may not necessarily be expensive, but they do wonders for building leadership, centering leadership. Because I go back to the idea here is not just Gen Z's return on investment, our return on investment, and centering leadership. Gen Z wants to be a contributor. They want to do well, and how we help them, how we advance them, and how we give them the best tools possible makes it so that it can happen. And again, I remind you, because we need them. This isn't about that this is a luxury or an extra. We need Gen Z to be able to comprehend complex issues. So we have to figure out the ways around. It takes 20 times to communicate, or people can only have the attention span of about 10 minutes, and have to figure out these ways to do more earlier than waiting for it to be later, to somehow it's a perk because you've built your way through, or you've crawled your way through. So 30 minutes, 3 things. One was perspective on Gen Z. You now know who they are, that you have 70 million of them. 17 million entered the workforce in 2023. By 2030, less than 5 years away, 30% of them will be our workforce. You know who they are in terms of their personality. They're entrepreneurial, they're digital natives. They want to jump in, they want to help. But you also know what they're afraid of. They're afraid of AI taking over their jobs. They're afraid of climate change. They're afraid of DEI being politicized. They're just as afraid as any other person, any other age. You also know the pain points for them. They want to do well, but they seem that they come off as entitled. They want to talk about mental health. They want to have well-being, but they want to be paid well. And you know those pain points for their managers as well. Those same things flipped for the manager. And lastly, you have ways in which you can think about investing in Gen Z to make them the leaders, the global leaders that we need, and so that they can do the work that we know that we will need them to do, not only with us, but also for us. The ways in which we need to be integrating them and centering their leadership. So I encourage you to think about Gen Z as this incredible part of our workforce. They are not, as we said about DEI, where they are not tolerating it, they want it. The same is about Gen Z. I don't think about tolerating them. I think about They're amazing, they're interesting. There are things that they know that we just don't know, those of us who might be older, ways in which they're forced to move faster. The things that they are bringing to the table are so interesting, and it really has to be an integrated effort. So I thank you for the interest in Gen Z and the return on investment in Gen Z, because again, the return on investment for Gen Z is the return on all for all of us. So thank you.
Experience over the past 30 years, like 1990 to now, 35 years, going from analog to digital.
One more time for Tammy, please. It was an inspiring and insightful keynote. All right, everyone, let's shift gears. As the business world hurdles towards 2025, C-suite leaders face a landscape brimming with new challenges and opportunities. Our upcoming panel on top priorities for C-suites in 2025 and beyond will uncover top executives up at night and how they plan to lead their organizations to the future marketed by rapid change and innovation. Stephen Cummings, manager, partner, and CEO of Resolve Partners, Inc., will guide this discussion with leaders pioneering change and setting new standards for success. Let's welcome them and share their visions and strategies.
Thank you, everybody. Can you all hear me properly? Yeah. We have 5 panelists this afternoon, including 6, including myself. So this is 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's the graveyard hour. However, we have saved the best panel for you this afternoon. Please welcome your panelists this afternoon.
Right there. Yep.
Okay, well, thank you, everybody. This is a rapid fire session with the panelists, the large panel that we've got, 50 minutes. So the topic this afternoon is the top priorities for the C-suite in 2025. So really interesting panel. I'm interested myself to hear the responses. But what we thought we'd do is a quick introduction for everybody. My name's Steve Cummings. I'm the managing partner of Resolve. Resolve is a Toronto-based firm operating in North America, and we specialize in exit planning and value growth techniques for business owners who are about 5 years away from retirement or selling their company. So if I could hand over to the panel to introduce themselves, please.
Sure, thank you so much for having me. My name is Brian Tolaby. I started my career working at NASA building satellites when I was 16 years old. Started my first company when I was 20. Now I'm running my 7th company. It's a company called Ahura AI. And we invented technology that enables people to learn 3 to 5 times faster than traditional education. And we focused this on corporate upskilling for adults. So corporations, everything from Fortune 100 companies down to SMBs, as well as NASA, use us to upskill their existing employees to get them to be more productive, or to train them on how to use emerging artificial intelligence tools to automate a lot of their processes within their organizations. I also run a nonprofit called Future of Humanity Summit, where I bring global leaders together to address existential risk issues. And I also invest quite a bit in emerging tech companies. Thank you for having me.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Hendra. I'm the managing partner of Mayflower Plymouth Capital. We specialize in municipal and corporate bonds, but we also provide strategic advisory services to mostly medium-sized companies. I'm also an author of more than 10 books, particularly on corporate governance and business. May have seen some of my quotes in Forbes or NASDAQ or other places as well.
Hello, everyone. My name is Heather Ogburn-Stokes. I'm the founder and CEO of Serenity Light Recovery Wellness Center. We're located in Houston, Texas. I am trained in suicide prevention as well as eye-assist, microcurrent neurofeedback. I also train and teach about crisis prevention and interventions. And I volunteer for the Grateful Americans charity, helping veterans receive treatment from PTSD and trauma. Serenity Light Recovery is a wellness recovery center specializing in addiction and mental health. And we want to raise the bar. What is going on in this society and the treatment world needs to change, and so that's what we are here to do. We implement wellness in all we do. It's a beautiful blend between Eastern and Western medical modalities, and really looking at evolving and innovative treatment modalities to really make a difference in helping individuals thrive and improve their lives and to get well again. So I could probably talk for hours, but I will pass the mic.
Thank you. So nice to be speaking after Heather, because I take off from kind of the same space. 20 years ago, I used to run a consulting company, and I got this feeling that we are creating more problems for the world than we're solving. I didn't want to be part of the problem, but I didn't have a solution. And some 5 years ago, a word popped into my head. The word was renewal. And it was something that turned into a book in 40 days and turned into a movement called the Renewalism Movement. And what we're doing now is that we're bringing consciousness into cultures of organizations to make them profitable. And we're just getting started in the US market, which is what kind of brings me here. I've authored 4 books, Renewal being one of them. And totally ripped to be here with you guys and with this panel. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Diane Phelan. My background is in electrical engineering and manufacturing engineering. Have also worked with NASA in the past on the astronaut suits, and I've worked in the semiconductor industry as well as software startups. I'm currently working at Reka AI, which is a startup specializing in multimodal agentic AI, which I can talk about a little bit later. But very excited to be part of this panel and look forward to hearing about everybody.
Thank you, everybody. So I'm going to turn to Brian first. 4 minutes, Brian. 4 minutes to everybody else. They have such a lot to tell you, so we're going to have to keep them focused here. So Brian, what should C-level executives be doing to incorporate AI into their business, in your opinion?
Well, it's a fantastic question. Well, first of all, how many of you guys in this audience are C-level executives? Okay, fantastic. How many of you, for everybody, wants to get more revenue this year for your company? Okay, almost everybody. How many of you are currently growing 30% month over month? Okay, so I want to tell us a quick story. About 100 years ago in Manhattan, one of the biggest challenges they faced was horse poop. Everybody walked around with horses. And so the horses, there was tons of them, they pooped everywhere. So they had to hire tons of people to shovel up all the horse manure, put it in wagons and take it across the bridge and take it into these massive piles. Now that brought some challenges, right? Because the entire city smelled really bad all the time. And then when they had food carts all across the city where people bought produce, the bugs would land on the food and go all over. Now, at the time, they started asking questions. How do we solve this problem? Maybe we should feed the horses different kind of food where their poop doesn't smell as bad. Maybe we should give them some medicine that makes flies not actually go towards that horse poop. None of those solutions are what actually solve the problem. I bet you can figure out what the solution was. The solution was the Model T. It was a completely different way of doing business. Now, one of the things that is happening right now as we speak is a massive transformation in how every business runs. because of agentic AI, which I'm sure she's going to talk about very shortly, and of course, the emerging artificial general intelligence that are going to be coming online. So every single one of my employees right now has between 10 to 30 agents that they manage. So every morning when they wake up, after checking their Facebook while they're still in bed, they check on the work that all of their AI agents did while they slept, and then give them new directions. And then they go brush their teeth and take a shower and get their morning coffee. And by the time they've sat down at their desk a couple hours later, all those tasks are complete. They look over all the work, edit a little bit lightly, and then give them new tasks to accomplish. That allows them to be significantly more impactful. So I'm going to end on this because I think I'm running out of time. But if you aren't tracking the thousands of AI tools that are emerging on a day-to-day basis, you're falling behind. You don't want to be one of the Blockbusters or Nokias of the world as the world adapts around you.
That's great advice. Thank you. So, Hendrith, bringing the financial perspective to the table here, given the increasing volatility and complexity of global supply chains, how can C-suite leaders be resilient and and bring adaptable systems that can withstand future disruptions?
Yeah, that's a really great question, and I think the AI issue, or opportunity rather, plays into this as well. I think companies need to really have a paradigm shift in the way that they think about supply chains. Much of how we think about supply chains today has really come about as a result of the first industrial revolution and that sort of linear way of thinking and doing things. I think we need a paradigm shift where instead of thinking of these things in a rather linear way, we think of them instead as a whole systems framework, and really think about how are the different nodes and networks connecting to each other, and doing that on a multi-level way. There is also an opportunity, I think, with AI in helping us to better manage supply chains. There are some interesting things happening over at Walmart and also Amazon, and Unilever as well. For example, they're creating digital twins and using AI to measure, track, evaluate, and identify opportunities in the digital twin ecosystem of their supply chains, and then finding ways to translate that into the material world. And they're seeing a lot of benefits and advantages with, bridging that gap between the technology such as AI and the physical supply chain that's being managed. So, and they're doing that in a whole systems kind of way.
That's great, thank you. So as the workload accelerates, as the productivity hopefully accelerates, the question for Heather is, how do you find balance between work productivity and wellness within the workplace?
Yes, because we can't forget about the human experience, right? And the human capability. And AI is such a great tool, but there's individuals and humans at work too. And so we have to make sure first, as leaders, to be well ourselves. And then we can teach our team and implement programs to make sure they're well as well. To reduce burnout, right? We increase productivity. We increase sales. We increase revenue. It's not just trickling, right? I mean, we can make waves with it, but we have to find balance for the workplace. And at Serenity Light Recovery, we offer a lot of wellness modalities and services. And so we actually have staff self-care time slots. They sign up ahead of time. It's 15 minutes, 30-minute segments, and they have it, and they know in their schedules, they plan it out. Everyone deserves a break. Everyone deserves wellness, and they go to their session. They get refreshed. They get renewed, and they produce more in the afternoon when they actually participate in these wellness programs. They don't get burnout. They're not just dragging their feet at the end of the day. And it's all because we encourage them to actually take care of themselves, because we care. As leaders, we care about them, right? Because we care about our business, we care about our mission. And so, I mean, let's make waves with it. But it's scheduling, you know, to have that, and maybe even have AI step in while they're getting their renewal session done, right? And it's a team effort. But you have to find that balance, because mental health is at an all-time high. And we're losing a lot of our team members, or they're going to other industries or whatnot, right? And they're losing their heart and their passion in it. So,
Thank you. And just following on from that, Sandeep, as a future of work expert, what are the top 3 ways in which you see priorities changing for CXOs given the rapid advance of AI?
Yeah. So, Edith touched upon the first industrial revolution, the kind of change that brings, and Brian talked about horses and cars. We are at a very interesting time in the history, or in all of civilized world. And this is a time where something that man has made is what man is going to either collaborate with or compete with. It's never happened before. That's called the 4th Industrial Revolution. And the top priority, I'm going to give you 3 because you asked for 3. The first is, we've got to understand as CXOs, what's the one and only difference that men have with machines. And when I say men, I include women, of course, and everybody else, but not machines. And that difference is consciousness. Understanding consciousness, what is consciousness? It's that interconnectivity that we have. It's that interdependence. It's that energy that flows through, which only flows at the human level. How are we tapping into that? It's got to be a priority that's built into the culture, Heather, not just an L&D initiative, or not just a workshop, but something that grows the organization and becomes a conscious culture. The second thing is what Tammy touched upon, and that is the changing customer profile. The Gen Z is the one that's going to be calling the shots, and as she said, they're driven by purpose. They're driven by people. They're driven by art. And 30 years ago, there was this concept of the triple bottom line that was placed on record. 10 years ago, the Sustainable Development Goals came in. But it's only now that all of that's got to become an imminent priority, because the people, the planet, and profits have to work together. Otherwise, we're losing the workforce, we're losing the customer. And third, because you asked for 3, I'd say we've got to learn something from what happened just in 10 days from now. 5 years ago, the world shut down. Remember? In the next 10 years, or even the next 5, or even the next 10 days, we can expect that to happen again. And if that is not, if disaster recovery, if nimbleness is not built into organizations in 2025, we're going to have a lot of suffering in the corporate world. So I would believe, Stephen, those would be the top 3.
Thank you. Thank you. So Diane, just keeping the AI theme going forward, what would you say are the biggest challenges in scaling AI across an organization?
So some of the biggest challenges in scaling AI in the enterprise organizations would be an overall AI strategy And, back in early of 2024, a lot of these large enterprises were like, let's just shut down this AI. We do not want them using Chat GPT to put our, personal info or our company's information into there. And what they found was there was a lot of shadow IT going on. So people would go over to their phones and then go back. So that was an issue. But at the end of the day, they realized, if a product, like AI is going to basically save them money or reduce costs or mitigate risks. So if it comes in those buckets, that's really what they want to do. So within the strategy, you need the business and the IT to work together. You have to look at the data privacy issues. You have to look at the accuracy of the models that you're doing. And actually change management within the organization. People are worried about losing jobs, and this is just creating efficiencies in stuff that people are mundane tasks that they can do higher level tasks. So scaling an organization, having everyone on the same page and making sure the data is protected within the enterprise. So that's, some of the key things that these large enterprises are working on.
So that's great. Thank you, Brian. Just picking up from where Diane left off. So where do we start if we want to upskill our employees to use AI? Where do we start?
It's a fantastic question, and I love what Diane said. And look, this is a real challenge. If you can think about the inertia that most people have in learning, right? When you get stuck in a particular rut and you work in a specific way for years and years and decades, it's very difficult to say, I'm going to adapt and change. So it has to come as a culture shift. Your organizations have to become learning organisms. I remember back in the day, and I'm showing off my age here a little bit, besides my white hair, back up until the 80s, everybody talked about IQ as the most important factor that enabled success. Then in the 80s, everyone started talking about EQ, your emotional quotient, your ability to engage with colleagues and regulate your emotions. About 5-6 years ago at the Singularity University, where they share exponential technology, they talked about AQ, adaptability quotient. And so we need a civilization-wide and company-wide culture shift that focuses on continual learning within the organization. And when you can get your employees and your team members and lead from the top as the CXO to learn all of these new tools, even though they're alien, even though they're difficult, even though you might use them improperly or you might make mistakes, just the going through the process of using all of these emerging AI tools will enable you to go up that learning curve faster and faster, and will give you massive competitive advantage against everybody that's not using those AI tools. And that's going to be incredibly important for the companies that want to thrive in this new marketplace. And of course, there are useful tools that enable you to learn those things faster, not to plug my own company, but you're not in it alone. There are people that can help you.
So Hendrith, from a financial perspective, in the constant drive for improvement and increased profitability and efficiency and so on, just thinking about stakeholder capitalism, how can C-suite leaders balance the often competing interests of diverse stakeholders such as employees, customers, communities, and shareholders, in your view?
Yeah, great question. I think I'll start off by actually pointing out a point of synergy that I sort of just noticed here, which is, you mentioned, Brian, AQ, adaptability quotient. And I think when we think about stakeholders, one stakeholder is obviously employees. Companies, have employees. And if we can find ways to help our employees with that AQ, that I think ties into their wellness, their potentially their consciousness, or this is an area where there can be, gaps that are bridged, that benefit is going to ultimately benefit the company or the organization. So that's definitely one way. I think also there's another sort of paradigm shift that needs to take place in terms of companies managing stakeholder capitalism, managing multiple stakeholders, and that is, I think, shifting from thinking of viewing the stakeholders who aren't obviously in the room, such as employees and the leaders of the organizations, shifting from thinking about that as a charitable act to thinking of that as a profit-generating act. And how can we reach out to or partner with our other stakeholders who may not be in the room? I call them the invisible stakeholders. And how can we leverage that partnership to create gains for the company? And those gains may not be as obvious as some of the gains we may see from more traditional methods. However, they could be as impactful, if not more impactful, depending on the circumstance. So again, I think a shift needs to take place. If we think about, our broader stakeholders and how we engage with them as a charitable act, there's a limit there. And it's also a transactional thing, which by its nature, transactional things have these limits embedded within them. So we can think instead of it as a relational thing instead of a transactional thing. And ironically, how can we leverage that to create benefits or gains for the organization? How can we use that to help us win? And the beautiful thing is that's a win-win situation. If you're helping your broader stakeholders to win in some way, obviously you'd want to hear from them as far as what that means for them. But if you're helping them to accomplish their goals or to win, and then you're leveraging that to help your organization win, well, now you have a win-win situation. And if you're really strategic about it, you could end up with a win-win-win, or a win to the fourth power, fifth power type of situation, where just multiple wins are created from this shift in thinking. And I think that's a beautiful thing with a lot of opportunity there.
Thank you. As we talk about top priorities, health certainly is always on the agenda there, right up there. So Heather, question for you: with mental health on the rise, how would wellness programs benefit C-suite's team performance, and should wellness be a top priority for business leaders?
Absolutely, 100%. You're talking about, connection and resiliency, right? And working together as a team and collaborating and going into that cultural shift, right? And what better way but to allow your team to rise with you and walk through that change and that culture shift together, right? It's about connection and collaboration. And I would say influence is the ultimate buy-in. If you can influence your team and get them to believe in the mission and the vision of your company, they are going to walk side by side with you at all costs, no matter what, right? And you believe in them, you help them rise, and that means investing in them. So they are investing their time into your company, and then profitability rises, productivity rises, right? You all rise together. And I believe there was a huge shift downward with COVID and the other pandemics, right? And that's when the mental health was it was skyrocketing, right? You were pulling people, and it even happened to me. I was on bed rest, pregnant, and away from my company that I started from the ground up, because it was the unknown, and I had to, protect the team from afar and everything else, but you're pulling people away that have been face to face with so many people, right? And then it's that disconnect, and then they get kind of destroyed from the inside out. And so with AI coming in, I think reassuring the human aspect of the job, right? Reassuring them to lift them up and rise together to come familiar and not threatened by the AI that is taking off wildly, right? And helping improve their self-care on a regular basis, so they can become more resilient and be able to maneuver any chaos, any crisis that comes your way. Sales might dip and you might need productivity to go like this. They're going to be like, yes, all in, right? Because they believe in you, they believe in the mission, they believe in the mission, the mission and the vision. And so it is always my top priority. And I have to remind myself too, because I have to be well myself, and leaders, right? We have to take care of ourselves to rise above and to hold our team accountable and lift them up at all costs. So thank you.
And continuing with the health theme, Sandeep, how does the renewalism movement help direct CXO priorities better?
Yeah, thank you. So, first, what is renewalism might help to understand where this question comes from. Because I've attended a lot of conferences like this one, and sorry to say, Heather, but I'm sure this is your experience too. While it is a top priority to have wellness right up there on the CXO agenda, a lot of it is still lip service. And that's where what we're looking at is how do we make this organic and sustainable. So that happens when we work at the level of habits, individual habits. And I remember about 15 years ago, I was already very stressed, and that's when, like I was saying in my intro, I didn't have a solution to the problem, but I didn't want to be a part of it. So I headed out to the Himalayas. And what I learned from there was what neither engineering nor management school taught me. It was about the alignment of body, mind, and spirit. And that is a revelation, the understanding of spirit. So how we renew ourselves is through getting that connection with energy, with something as subtle as that. And that energy, in a sense, is the driving spirit, the purpose that we were talking about of organizations. So when organizational purpose is aligned with individual purpose, there's no organizational stress. And people are happier, culture is leading towards profitability, stakeholders are highly relational. That apart, what happens with renewalism is there's a strategic path to the learning and development work. It's not tactical anymore. It's not like what good workshops and wellness should we organize this month? What's our 6-month plan? No, we're talking about what do we do for the next 3 years, which is strategically aligned, and all of L&D falls in line with that. So another thing that I'd say is that we break down the silos, because there are generational silos Tammy was talking about, there are departmental silos. There are so many silos that come in the way of productivity of organizations, and breaking them down through a consciousness intervention, which is based on our interconnectedness, that kind of works very well in this context even. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And we're going to get to audience questions in 2 minutes, but just one final question to the panel, and this goes to Diane. So we talked a lot about AI and keeping the employee workforce healthy, but how can AI-driven decision-making improve operational efficiency and reduce risk for the entrepreneur?
So AI operational efficiency can improve for everybody. So it's your everyday tasks like, you were talking about previously. And basically, at the end of the day, if there's a workflow that someone's doing and they have all this data that they're entering into disparate systems, it can take unstructured and structured data and put it into those systems. So that actually helps with that everyday mundane task to make the more operational efficiency, less errors, and can be automated from beginning to end. And that, it makes for, happier employees because, they're doing, again, higher level tasks. Like, you hire accountants and they're entering stuff into, 25 different systems. And now it will do that for them. And then they could be more proactive with things, maybe quarter end, year end, any other additional goals they may have. So I think overall, people are like doing the higher level tasks. And, as we're talking here, I had an old boss in the late 80s say to me, survival of the fittest is not the strongest. It's the most adaptable to change. And I still think that, is true today, obviously. It's true forever, I think. It's just being adaptable to these new things. So, thank you.
Well, so throwing the questions to this diverse panel in front of you, any questions for the panel from any of you?
A couple of you've mentioned play with AI, like introduce it in certain areas. If I know absolutely nothing, what do you mean? Like, I feel like play with my eye. Like, what do you mean? Like, what do I pick? Like, if I'm, I'm a sales marketing professional, like, are there certain AI tools? You keep saying there's thousands. So I'm like, now I don't want to touch anything or look at it. I've played around with ChatGPT, get it, can write my own stuff, but what would you suggest?
I can take this if you want. So the first thing you should do is download XAI. It's far better than ChatGPT. ChatGPT lies to you. It just hallucinates and makes things up. Gemini lies to you as well. XAI is focused on maximally truth-seeking information, even if it's uncomfortable. XAI, otherwise known as Grok. So download it. You can get it through Twitter as well or through X. Play with it. Ask it all sorts of things. Ask it to do things that you do in your job. Ask it to write your emails. Ask it to write a book for you. You can literally, in 3 minutes with XAI, make a bunch of those games that we used to play in 1980s. Like, I used to code this and, yeah, right, not you. Now, I'm going to plug a gentleman, Robert Scoble. If you go on X, follow him, Robert Scoble on X. He has a bunch of lists. He has the most complete lists of AI tools, and you can look it up by marketing or education or engineering, coding AI. It's broken everything else down. So you can just go to the marketing AI tools, find the most popular ones, take 3 of them, download them, get the free version for the first month, and just start playing with it. Give it a budget of $100 and say, I want you to create an ad campaign with $100 for my product. Understand my product, analyze it, tell XAI to analyze your product and figure out the most effective way to deliver it to your, just be creative with it. Pretend it's a game. Pretend it's a video game that you're trying to master. Put a couple hours every night into it, and you will get there.
I'd like to, if I can,
Go ahead.
I want to just
Go
add
ahead.
a few things to that just really quickly. I think cross-reference is probably one of the most impactful terms when it comes to AI and what you could possibly do with it. So you mentioned, you asked about different ways, and I'll add to what you kind of just said, but for example, one of the things that Walmart is doing with AI, we talk a lot about large language models, but it really goes far beyond that. So Walmart, for example, is using AI, not the large language model thing, but they're using this tool that can cross-reference. Essentially what it's really good at is cross-referencing various data points. And then you can use that to help you make decisions as an executive or as an executive team. So for example, Walmart has AI which is cross-referencing weather patterns with things that are happening with their employees, with geopolitical factors, and all of these other data points. And the AI can cross-reference these data points and help them to identify potential disruptions in their supply chains, for example, in ways that, you know, a single person or even a single department may not be able to do at all, or if they could, may not be able to do it as quickly as the AI could. So I think, you know, there's lots of apps out there or different tools, but I think if we can just harness that idea of cross-referencing and then use that as a foundation to say, well, let me go out there and look to see what our company could leverage. Think about what are the data points we could possibly cross-reference to help us make better decisions.
And Diane, any other tools that come top of mind for our audience that you would recommend?
I think XAI is much more powerful.
I'm
And,
talking to you. Talking to you.
So XAI is much more powerful currently. They also have another 900,000 chips that they've already ordered. A couple 100,000 are already there. So whereas it took Claude like 3-4 years to get there, now they're I think only at 150,000 A100 chips. It took Elon 19 days to get his first 100,000 chips up and running. Then he added another 100,000 chips. Now he has another 900,000 chips coming. So there's only going to be one winner. Just like everybody Googles everything, nobody uses Safari, right? XAI is going to be that Google. So get accustomed to using it because that's going to be the winner.
Yeah, I think you mentioned all the tools. So, you know, between Claude, OpenAI, XAI has really come up from, you know, the top right now. So you suggested all of them.
Thank you. Was there a question at the?
Yeah, we have a question back here.
So my question is for the AI guy. So my thing is now we're trying to connect everything. So when it comes to accounting, that's where we have a little. How many people, what do you think will make people comfortable trying to link their bank account to some AI tool? Because I see a lot of them that says, oh, they can do your annual returns or what, not the annual returns, but like the P&L and stuff for you, but you have to link your bank account to it. So I'm a little bit concerned there.
So, you know, that's a fantastic question, and I totally understand why people would be concerned. But it really reminds me of, you guys remember when first people were able to engage in commerce online, right? Amazon came out and you could put your credit card down, and there's some people that were like, sweet, I can order things online. And then there's a bunch of people like, oh my God, what if I order something, it doesn't come? What if I put my credit card on and someone steals it, right? Now looking back, we're like, nobody really, I mean, there's scams, of course, but that was an overblown concern. Look, the reality is that AI is going to be connected to all of your financial transactions. It's going to be, it already is. What Elon did with the administration, he has back-end access to all of the financial transactions. That's how he's able to find all the fraud, waste, and abuse in the government. And so it's already there. So you can be, if you want, in that adoption curve. You know how there's like the early adopters, and before that there's the people, and then there's like the late adopters, and then the late majority. You can be in that late majority, but if you want to be able to gain all the advantage of being an early mover, you just play with it. And that's going to save you a ton of time. And you know what? I know for us, it found a lot of areas when we did our P&L for the end of last year, we used AI. We found all sorts of places that we could save a bunch of money. And so AI is just smarter than any of your accountants at this point. Let's have a conversation separately on accounting.
I have one more question right over here.
Hey there, I think you answered the question on what's the iPhone moment going to be. You think it's going to be, I haven't tried XAI yet, but willing to look at it. I think we're all going to converge around something at some point. My question is, two questions. One, have any of you tried Bordy.ai yet? All right, I'm going to change your life, everybody in this room. Bordy AI is going to be the iPhone moment in conversational AI. The magic trick is that you forget you're talking to a bot. You know when you're talking to Siri and Alexa, it sounds like a bot. But when you talk to Bordy, it's this dude with an Australian accent that is so suave, but he is so smart, he remembers everything. And same thing, you just prompt him and he comes back, but you end up having conversations. So check out 30 Days of Bordy on LinkedIn or message Bordy I don't work for Bordy, right? But it's changed my life in the last.
They should pay you.
In the last 30 days. BOARDY.AI. It's going to change your life. You should look at it, especially
I
in your
will.
line of business. And my last question is, when you're doing your AI upskilling, and I'm running something similar with my consultancy with 2 educators, we could talk about this separately as well. What's your discovery process? How do you know it's going to be a 101 AI, depending upon who the class is, or it's going to be a graduate level, depending upon who your audience is? Because it can't always be out of the box. Some companies won't allow ChatGPT or whatever it is. How do you go in and really make that course specific to that group?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. So just to make sure I understand your question, when we're going in with Ahura and training their employees, how do we make sure it's personalized to them? So I always send one of my employees into the company. We figure out what their exact needs are. Now, we typically have 3 different types of customers. A group of our customers are people like Walmart who already have their education platforms already built in, and we sit on top of their current offering and make it significantly more effective. Then we have like the SMBs who don't have an LMS, and they use our platform as like an LMS Lite, even though that's not what it's meant for. And usually they don't have the content. So we source the content for them and use our AI to create content for them. The third group are government and military types, where we need to create on-prem servers for them. There's all sorts of security protocols. There's all sorts of things that we have to do that we do for them, and we do that at cost. But at the end of the day, there's something that Jason Calacanis told me. If you guys don't know who Jason Calacanis is, you should follow him. He's a legendary angel investor. I think to this day still has the highest return on angel investments like of anybody in the world. One of the things he told me, we were sitting down for 30 minutes and he was giving me some advice, and he said you should hug your customers. I said, well, like, instead of a handshake? He's like, no. What you should do is after an important customer comes on board, you should ask them for permission to send somebody, but preferably you as the CEO or the CXO, you should ask them whether you can come to their office for 2 weeks and sit in their office and go talk to people as people are onboarded on your technology. Figure out where the pain points are. As you talk to people over lunch or over coffee breaks, find out what other pain points they have that are orthogonal to the technology that you have. Because that will identify for your product team what other feature sets you should roll out. It'll show you for your onboarding team where are the points at which a person stops using your technology because there's friction. And so we've started doing that, and that's been incredible. So what I would say is do things that don't scale at first, be personalized to them, and then once you get big enough, you can do things that scale.
Stephen, I just want to add something here, may I?
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen.
Stephen, may I just add something to what Brian said?
Go ahead.
Yeah. What I'd like to draw everybody's attention to is this hug aspect. It's really important because that is the interconnection that we have at a human level, which is what we have to start leveraging a lot more, because either we are interconnected with that human energy, or like the lady said about accounting, now all AI is interconnected, and XAI is sharing data with DeepSeek and with whatever else. And if the machine intelligence is going to be a lot more powerful because its artificial consciousness is powerful, it's going to not need you to do accounts anymore. It's going to know every travel that you've done, every expense that you've made, and you won't be able to fudge the system anymore if at all any of us do. So instead of giving the power out there, we've got to start to learn to keep the power with us, and therefore use AI sparingly, I would say. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it first at CXO 2.0. That was a great panel discussion. I think the priorities are clear. Obviously, AI is right up there on top of the agenda for the C-suite, and how it can improve, exponentially improve potentially your business and efficiency and so on. There's a lot to think about the onboarding impacts of the technology, the stresses and strains on the business organization and so on. So I'd just like to thank the panel for their contributions. And that concludes our discussion. Thank you.
One more time for our panelists. Thank you so much.
Oh gosh, we learned so much about Bordy. I have a new Australian bot boyfriend I can pretend. Also playing around with AI too. This is kind of like layman's whatever, but I also use it for grocery lists. So just play around it with it like that. You know, type in I want to spend like $50 a week at the grocery store. Make sure to include eggs. You get one. And it's also a fun way to play with your macros if you follow a specific diet plan too. So exactly, yeah. At this point, just buy a farm, right? Alrighty, well, huge thank you for our panelists for today's enlightening conversation. Thank you so much. Before moving to our next session, I truly hope that you guys are enjoying yourselves and having a good time. But in a world where buzzwords like diversity and inclusion are tossed up around daily, it's time to peel back the layers and see what's really happening behind the corporate curtains. Our next fireside chat, titled "We Are Truly Embracing Every Identity in Corporate or Just Talking About It," dives into the heart of inclusivity. Are we talking about it, or are we just walking, or are we just walking the walk, or just talking the talk? Please put your hands together for our speakers today: Peter Garcia's Leitz, Hannah Palizzi, and Ryan Walcott.
Ready? Is this microphone working? Yeah. Thank you all for staying for our panel. Our panel is Small But Mighty. We are talking about, are we truly embracing every identity in corporate, or are we just talking about it? Very interesting topic, especially what she was just saying, where it's a little bit of a hot button word when you talk about diversity and inclusion. But Peter and I actually have some very interesting and very different perspectives on this topic. And we invite you to interact with us. Again, we are Small But Mighty. We have 35 minutes to go over this with you, and we would love to toss it to the audience, get any interactive questions that you want to know in real time. And if anything inspires you, please just shoot up a hand. We'd love to hear from you. Peter is the founder and general manager at Unio Branding, and he's going to be talking to us about his perspective on are we embracing every identity or just talking about it.
Thank you, Hannah. This works? Yeah. All right, thank you everybody for being here. I'm pretty sure we've all heard about corporate identity and branding and KPIs and ROIs and all these fancy terms that pretty much, yeah, they're great tools to measure progress, measure success. These are great to be able to communicate from, let's say, from a level to a different level. Hey, what's going on? Are we doing things the right way? Those are all external factors, let's say. However, today, Hannah and myself, we would like to focus a little bit more on the internal factors, internal clients, the people that work for you. So identity doesn't only connect to how people perceive your brand, which most of the business owners or decision makers tend to think that branding is how you come off, but it's actually really how people perceive your brand according to your actions. So what does this mean for businesses nowadays? Of course, we know there's AI. There's a lot of great tools out there. We just had a great conversation about it, Hannah and myself. But honestly, guys, it all connects to the fact of being human, the fact of keeping things simple. People are no longer, as a customer, you're no longer looking to buy a product to satisfy a need or just have a solution to your problem. You're looking for something else. You're looking for something more. Usually, we're looking for purpose. Who am I buying from? What are these people doing with my money, right? So that, to me, in my 13 years of experience working with businesses from all over the world, I've seen there are so many cultures, there are so many ways of thinking and doing things, and it's all great. But there's one common ground. There's always, or pretty much 90% of the time, there's always a divorce between decision makers or financial minds and the actual doers, the digital marketers, the campaign budget guy, the graphic designers, the creatives. So how are people going to create stuff for you if first you don't take care of them, you don't know who they are, and sometimes we as business owners, we don't even know who we are. And I'm not talking about personally knowing who you are, but as a brand, what do we represent? We know what we do, which is trying to make money, obviously, as a business. That's what you need to survive. We know how we do it most of the times, using social media, websites, digital platforms, traditional marketing methods. But do we really know why we do it? Beyond selling, obviously, like I said before, a business is made to make money, obviously. But why do we do it? Like, why should people buy from us? And there's a great tool that I like to use with my clients, and it's called the jobs theory. You can look for it on Google. It's also known as JBTD, jobs to be determined. And it pretty much resembles to the customer's journey. Why should someone buy your product? And it's obviously called the jobs theory because it was firstly applied by Steve Jobs from Apple. So he shifted the way consumers perceive your product. It's no longer, hey, I'm going to buy this medicine because I'm feeling sick, or I'm going to buy this shirt because I need to put something on. It's more about, why should I wear that brand? Why should I have your logo, like showing it off to the rest of the people, right? And when you're able to give it a purpose, then people are actually going to start running to trying to get your product, to buy your product. They're going to be like, hey, I identify with that brand so much. There's a thin line here, Hannah, and I want you to talk about this a little bit more because you're clearly more expert than I am in that particular area. And it's just sending out a message just to sell, right? Saying, hey, we empower women, we do this, and we hire these type of culture, and we think this way. But on the back, you're actually the opposite. And this happens a lot, usually on any type of business or any industry. But the bigger the company, the more disconnected the decision makers or financial minds are usually, let's say, with their teams. So it's really hard to actually try to find success nowadays because, yeah, AI is great. AI will do a bunch of stuff for you. But there's also the human side. Like, to what point are we using AI? And what's going to make us different if we can all use the same tools, right? So, Hannah, why don't you tell us a little bit more about how companies try to get into trends of what is, the thing right now, what's going on with businesses? Should I do what everybody else is doing, or why should I do it?
Absolutely. And what I'm hearing a lot from what you're saying, Peter, is we're talking about the branding versus identity authenticity within a company. And not only do I think it's consumers, we all buy in this room, understand that what I'm hearing is people care about where they put their dollars. And if you're not being authentic to your identity as a company, as a business owner, people can feel that. And that message just to sell starts taking over, and you have kind of lost the soul of what you're doing. So when we talk about identity in corporate, it's really making sure that's a flagship and a core tenet of whatever we're doing. Because if you don't have an authentic identity nowadays, people can tell, and they're going to call you out for it. And as much as you can scale and as much as you have structure and a great branded design behind you, people are going to see that there's a hollow message, and you're not going to get a loyal following. So to Peter's, education for us today, it's really about aligning yourself as a company with that authentic message and not stepping outside to whatever the buzzwords are, whatever is popular that day, that week, because people will unfollow. They will stop buying because they can tell that you're kind of faking it, right?
Exactly. And usually it takes a long time to build success. You guys all know this. It takes time, it takes years to build success. But you can you can lose everything in 1 second, especially now with social media. If you do the wrong thing, if you say the wrong thing, everybody's exposed. And I'm not saying you need to be perfect as a human being, or you need to be the perfect role model or example. You don't need to be that. It's, you need to understand brands have their own personality. It's not about you as a person. So it's not about Unio Branding, which is my company. It's not about Peter's feelings. It's not about how Peter behaves here or there. It's about creating a personality, an identity for the company and sticking to that. I'm not saying don't adapt to circumstances, don't evolve. No, I'm saying the opposite. Evolve. Go ahead and try new things. But your foundation, your principles and values, that's a non-negotiable thing. That's something that you need to take care of with your life, because it's really hard to deliver a message, and it's really hard having people to recognize your brand, much less perceive it as something positive. But it's so quick, or things happen so quickly that you can lose everything like in seconds. So if you say the wrong thing, or if you represent the wrong things just because, hey, my competition's doing this and they're supporting this and this and this, maybe I should do the same. Or there's a trend in TikTok, like, should we all now start dancing, right? But maybe that's not your identity. Maybe that's not what you're representing, and that's fine. You don't need to be on all of the channels. You don't need to be doing everything. You just need to try to be yourself as a brand, remember, not as a person. Even though it's pretty much the same thing, because once you create an identity for a brand, it's like having to take care of like a personal identity. However, it's a different thing, because an identity usually is created by the people inside the company, right? By how people react to things, what are they willing to do for your company, right? And that's not something that you can buy. It's not something that you can put money. Yes, of course, if you're paying someone more money, they'll stick to you for a while, but it's not sustainable. People, we like to have purpose. We have to like meaning. We like to feel that we're doing something and that our everyday efforts are because of something, not just because I need to pay my bills. I need something more. I need purpose. So as a consumer, brand identity is absolutely relevant. But as an employee, I think it's equally important, or, well, it could even be more important, actually.
Right, and that's when we talk about internal identity. And I think here in this room, since we're all here at a business conference, there's a lot of decision makers in this room. You guys are probably the people that are not only creating this external identity for the company, but the perspective that I want to bring to you is also looking inside, looking to the internal identity, because what are you showing people, your workers, your employees, about your company, about what you represent and how you want to, be out in the world. And I got so dazzled by the lights and the beautiful faces in this room that I forgot to introduce myself. I am Hannah Peasley. I'm the co-founder and COO of High Net Worth Women Institute, which is an online financial education platform specifically geared towards women. And on that note, that is the perspective I bring today. I am female. I have been in corporate for many, many years. That is the experience that I bring to the table. But how it ties into what Peter was saying today is, we're talking about how companies and corporations can get caught up in trends and buzzwords, and supporting female initiatives and female employees, bringing women into the C-suite. That's a cresting wave right now. It's very high in popularity, and we love that. We love to hear it, but not everybody's doing it authentically. And I urge you to, I'm going to be speaking from the female perspective, but identity is as diverse as the people in this room. It could be anybody. You could insert X, ethnicity, gender, anything for what I'm talking about today, because what I really want to urge you as the decision makers in thinking about the authenticity of your company or brand's identity is, what are you doing for the people who work for you? And if you're putting out external content to try to bring diversity to your company, to your table, are you doing that in an organic, authentic way? Do you really mean what you're giving, what you're selling? And to that endeavor, again, speaking from the female perspective and talking about internal messaging. One of the things that I have found through my experience is that there is a lot of content, webinars, workshops that companies will put out because they want to attract a certain audience, or they want to say, hey, look, we are catering to this audience and we want to look like we're being inclusive and diverse. And unfortunately, what I have found is many times by attending those, workshops, webinars, conferences, things like that, there's a lot of hollow messaging. And you can, again, people are smart. You can tell when it's not authentic and when they don't really care, they're checking off a box. So I urge you, what is it that your company is putting out? Or if you're the CEO or the owner, what is it that you're putting out? Is if you are doing inclusive activities, inclusive messaging, do you have heart and soul behind that? Because people will feel it. In a lot of instances too, and especially in business, and I use the word business as a huge umbrella term, it's still a very male dominant area. And while women are completely closing the gap, and I'm so proud, there's still a lot of work to be done. And when you're looking internally, especially as a decision maker or an owner, what is the culture within your company? Are you inclusive of different types of people, different genders? In my experience, a lot of the rooms that I was in, I call it a locker room. I'm working with a lot of men, and that's great. However, the side conversations and the water cooler conversation becomes sports, or it becomes talking about their wives, or it becomes talking about, gruffer jokes and gruffer conversation that sometimes women don't gravitate towards. There's other experiences that I've had where our skills are a little overlooked. And again, I'm speaking from female perspective, but I do want to insert X anywhere. If you're talking about any other group that has different skills to offer, and a great example of this, I've talked to a lot of headhunters, they're saying, what are your hard skills? What are your hard skills? What can you bring to the table? And can you build this? What metrics do you have? Are you great at Excel or Word or design, or, what are those hard skills? And a lot of times, some of the skills that other groups of people bring to the table are being left out of the conversation. However, those are the skills that build your your community within work, your culture. I was listening to a panel earlier, and there were some words that I want to leave you all with today because they are some of the most important skills. And if you can find this in your employees or even on your C-suite, your decision team, this will shore up and strengthen any identity as a brand, any business that you have. And a lot of those have to do with quote unquote soft skills. We're talking about empathy. We're talking about trust, community, safety, and caring about the people that you work for. And especially in an age where a lot of things are digital, post-COVID, for example, this is something that you really have to pay attention to, intentionally build, because people who are working remotely, for example, they are going to feel so disconnected if you are not supporting them in these other ways. If your only value to a company is your hard skills, your output, your metrics, you're going to feel like a cog in the wheel, a number, not a valued investment into the company. And so I want to urge everybody to shift a little bit and think about those soft skills that your team is bringing to the table, because that is what is going to make everything go forward. Additionally, I want to talk about sometimes limitations that are put on women especially, but again, other diverse groups, where sometimes there's the need for flexibility. A lot of times women are put into other roles. I don't want to call them lower roles, but definitely lower paying roles. We're talking about support roles, positions that are not leadership, that are not C-suite. And a lot of times that's because they require certain flexibility. Women oftentimes are still sociologically expected to be caregivers. And so not only sometimes are we pigeonholed into caregiver roles, executive assistants or secretaries or, those support roles. But additionally, we are always thought of as expected to have the responsibility of the family still. So while we want to have a family and we want to be a business owner or, run something, be in the C-suite of a company, it's almost like we have to do both to 200%. And there's a lot of other identities as well. So if you're in a leadership role, look at those requirements of the people that are working for you. How can you support them? What are the expectations that they are having to achieve outside of work as well as inside your company? Maybe there's things that are limiting them in their career goals with you. How can you support those roles? And in that light, talking about how do you figure that out? Are there gaps in what you're doing, or are you supporting these identities? I really do urge leaders to run an internal audit. It's like a little check-in that you can do. You can do some subconscious bias training, where it's like, did you even know that there was the biases here? Communication skills training. If we're talking about intercommunication between teams and different types of people, sometimes there's barriers there that we can't even identify. Teamwork training. The stronger the team, the better the business. We all know that. There's also support for hybrid and remote, 100% remote roles. In a digital age where a lot of times we do work remotely, how are we incorporating those people into our teams?
Well, it's funny. All of my team, they work remotely, so it's a blessing and a curse. Obviously, there's a lot of tricks to it, but something that you said was very interesting. The fact that women are always expected to be performing let's not even say 200%. Let's say 100%. And it's funny because the way that a woman's body work is completely different than a male body. So I'm not trying to get into any other subjects, right? But what I can say, and I've learned this from my wife and fellow colleagues, a woman's body is different. So when she's at 100%, she's actually going to be at 200%. So that's the time when she can overperform. But you cannot expect her to be performing at that level all the time, because then you're pretty much setting yourself for failure, and you're setting the rest of the company for failure. So running a business or being a decision maker is kind of like having kids, right? In what sense? Well, you need to figure out who they are, and then you need to try to see what they're good at and when they're good at, and try to use that as a leverage instead of just having an expectation over here and then them not achieving it, and you'd be like, okay, so no, I should have definitely hired a guy here, because guys don't complain, we're always macho men, we're always ready to work. And yeah, it's funny because I usually have these conversations with my wife, and she's always explaining to me, hey babe, how are you feeling today? I'm like, babe, I'm usually like an 85 to 90% all the time, so I'm very steady, so I'm pretty much ready to do whatever needs to be done. But that's me, right? So I can't expect the rest of my, let's say, collaborators to be the same. So women are usually, they have ups and downs because physiologically speaking, it's a different body. So being able to identify, not in which phase of their body they're at or nothing like that, but being able to communicate better yet with your, let's say, doers in your company at any levels. That's where I think identity comes in, and that's where you actually get to a sweet spot where people are doing things that you would never expect them to do. They are working more or working better, or they're just inspirational towards what they need to do. So in my case, since I own a digital marketing company, I have a bunch of clients. So from hotels to medical companies, so they're so different from one another. So what I do is usually I try to identify, hey, I have this creative project right here. Do I need X, Y, or Z? I'm not saying do I need a woman, do I need a guy? I'm saying I know this person. I know this collaborator works really good with, I don't know, beauty brands. So I think it's your time to shine, right? So also being able as business owner and decision makers not only see the financial side of it, because those are just numbers. And there's no AI tool that's going to tell you this. It's something that you need to develop yourself as a business owner. And being able to communicate and just in the different levels of your business and be like, hey, okay, I think if I put this person over here, she's going to be or he's going to be in a better position to succeed, rather than, hey guys, we have a project, so I expect the same level of commitment from all of you, because it's never going to be the same. It's like having a soccer team, it's like having kids. You can't expect Y to be the same as X, Z, A, B, D, or whatever. So I just wanted to add that to what you were saying, because I thought that was very interesting. Women are expected to always be performing at the same level, and we don't actually, we don't actually. It's not it's not the right call. It's not the right position. It's not sustainable. You're gonna end up frustrating your people, and you're gonna end up frustrating yourself.
Well, and what really resonated with me, Peter, is putting people in a position for success. Are they the right person for the role? I'm not sure how many of you actually work directly with clients or if we're in a room full of B2B, but a lot of times as a service provider, if you're actually identifying who's going to be the best partner to work with this specific client, they might gravitate better towards one identity versus another. And as a savvy business owner, it's your job to figure out where, the round peg with the round hole, and figuring out exactly who's going to be the best fit. I do think in terms of equality, it's nice to just expect everybody to operate the way that they're expected to operate. For physiological reasons, of course, there's going to be ups and downs for everybody. However, being in a position to support whatever, if you're at 85%, and I love the percentages analogy, I actually do that at home with my husband as well. If
It works.
it does, and if a team is one person's at 90% or a consistent 85%, that's amazing. You know what you can count on from them. But if you do those check-ins as a leader, as a manager, whatever role that you're in, if you can assist people to be in a position of success, say, where are you at today? Are you at a 20%? Are you at an 80%? What can I do to support you? Not only are you then supporting just human beings as individuals, but you are then inviting people to be open and trusting of you. And it does then breed a very authentic, trusting environment and culture. I love that question. I'll take it from what I do for my company. So one of the things as a business leader, I think you need to be in a vulnerable position, which is sometimes counterintuitive when you think of yourself as a leader. But if you come and you can admit that maybe you were wrong in the way that you communicated to one of your employees that made them feel crappy, and thus their percentage went down that day or that week or that month. Or maybe they come to you and say, hey, I'm really struggling with this, but you just know it as a process within your company. This is just the way that we do things. It's being vulnerable, seeing if there are any holes, gaps, taking that constructive feedback and having an open conversation always. And whether you want to characterize that as an open door policy, but allowing your employees, your team to breed a sense of trust and vulnerability within the company, I think is a big part. And as women, we excel at that. We love to talk to people. How are you feeling? What can I do for you? How can I support you today? And so I think that's one of the strengths that we bring to the table. But, really evolved leaders, anybody can do that. And so I think that's one of the tools, is just really listening, making sure that your employees feel heard and taking actionable steps about what they're telling you. That's going to bring their output way higher because they're going to feel like they've been heard. I don't know. I'm also speaking personally, because if I go to work and I feel like my boss doesn't want to hear anything about me, I'm like, cool, I'm going to shut down. now. But if I'm heard and I feel like maybe my suggestions and feedback is being taken into account, that productivity and that output is always going to be higher.
Yeah, that's a great question, actually. In my case, because everybody obviously approaches things differently. In my case, we usually have a morning session, like a brief, where we go like through all the things that we need to do for clients, etc. So I usually know my collaborators really good. So if I feel that someone's not participating too much, I usually have a good sense of, all right, there's something going on here. So instead of me putting it out there and putting them in the worst position possible, I'm more like, either talk to them on the side or separately, individually, and be like, hey, I noticed that you were not very active today. Is there something wrong with you? Not with you. Like, is there something going on? Like, do you need some time? And usually, my people are very responsive to that, and they're very grateful. So then they're like, you know what? Yeah, I had this personal situation that's not letting me think, that's not letting me be creative. You know what? It's okay. That's perfect. You're human. How much time do you need? I think I need the rest of the day. Actually, take the rest of the day. And in my mind, this is not something that I tell her or him, but I'm like, okay, I think this is going to need more than a day. So internally, I organize the rest of our projects, just getting ready to the worst case scenario. Like, okay, what happens if she's not available for 3 days, which is the worst case scenario, or 5 days? I need to be ready for that. But I don't put any pressure onto that person. Rather, I take that pressure myself, and I'm like, okay, I need to figure this out. Because then she'll be grateful, or then he'll be grateful. And when I need him or her, they're going to be like, I'm up for this guy. Like, he understands me. He
Much
listens
happier,
to me.
much more
So
involved.
instead of just telling them or just putting, I don't know, a bunch of internal marketing messages like, you're here to grow, or we care for you. No, I'm actually showing that to them. I'm letting them know, hey, I'm a human being as well. I also get depressed, maybe not as often as you do, but we're different people. So if you can come to me and you can tell me what's going on, I can help you. 90% of the time, I need to go to them because people don't like to be a burden and they don't like to feel that their job's on like jeopardy or something. So then they're like more like trying to hide it. So I think this is more of a proactive work that you need to do as a business leader, let's say, not necessarily an owner, but as a leader, you need to be on top of your team, but not on top of in terms of performance only, but more on top of the human side. To me, that's what true corporate identity is all about.
And just to wrap that up, I think, Peter and I are fortunate enough to be on a small, we have small businesses and small teams, so we can do the face-to-face interactions with our team. But if you are a leader, decision maker, manager in a larger team, a larger corporation, and you have the power to introduce anything, I'd say bake emotional intelligence into what you're doing, into your employee interaction, into how managers work with their teams and how teams interact with each other. As soon as you have EQ, you're going to be off to the races in terms of supporting people to do their best. Any other questions? Amazing. Well, I am so happy to have had the opportunity to kind of spout off about what I'm really passionate about, which is just taking the time to identify who is on your team and making them feel important, getting their skills to work the best for your team and your company so that you can all go forward in a functional and successful way. And Peter, thank you so much for your perspective on this.
Thank you, Hannah, and thank you all of us for hearing it out. And if you have any questions, this is your cue. Good? Yeah, go ahead, please.
No, but we can hear you.
That's a tricky question. And it's also a tricky scenario when it happens. I think it depends. I think that's part of getting to know your people. Obviously, as a small business owner, it's easier for me to say than if I were like a huge company. But for what I can say, knowing who I'm working with, and you said a great thing, which is deadlines. So let's say someone got sick on a Monday and she or he has to deliver a project on Friday. I need to find a way to communicate to that person, hey, I don't care if you do this on Thursday night, if you're taking a shower and you're working on it, or whatever you're doing. I don't care if you partied last night. I don't care about anything. I only care for us to achieve the commitment that we said we were going to achieve, which in this case is a deadline on Friday. If you're not going to be able to make it, let me know by Wednesday. Don't tell me Friday morning. Don't tell me Thursday evening. Tell me on Wednesday. That's going to give me time to figure stuff out and find a way to cover your, So that's what I usually do. It tends to work pretty good for me. I know it sounds like, oh my God, that's too much hassle. That's extra work for me, and I'm the business owner. Then you're losing your identity. You're not willing to go that extra mile for people, so people are not going to be willing to do the same for you. So in my case, that's what I find works the best for me. And using the same analogy as I did before, is like having kids. So if you have, I don't know, John and you have Andrea, they're both going to be different kids. And you can't expect that if John reacts good to pressure, then Andrea is going to react good to pressure as well. So that's your job as a business leader / as a parent. And I don't have any kids, but for some reason I chose this analogy. But I do have a brother, which we were raised with the same father, with the same principles, and he was a military guy. So he applied a lot of pressure to both of us. That helped me forge a strong personality. But my brother, he went through a lot of personal, mental issues, and we were applied to the same exact context. So I just think it's more about identifying who you are, what your business is, and finding ways to avoid those risk situations to affect your business, if it makes sense.
Yeah. And to expand upon Peter's point, where you can't expect everybody to respond to high pressure situations. And I'm going to make a huge generality here, but I work with some Gen Z employees. They respond to high pressure situations very differently than millennials, Gen Xers, and boomers. So having them as the new wave of workforce coming in, I've had to kind of evolve in the way that I present these deadlines and situations. If you have the opportunity to get to know your team in a way where you can say, I know they're not going to respond well to a high pressure, high cooker situation, that's your job as the business owner or the decision maker to figure out what it is that they need, which is where the EQ comes in. How can I support you in this to get you to the point where you make that deadline? But being very open that that is your deadline, I'm holding you to this standard. What do we need and how can we work together to get you there? I think part of it is putting forth the expectation and then giving space to see A, how they react, and B, how you need to react to them. So, if you have the opportunity, the deadline isn't tomorrow or end of day today. If you have the opportunity to give that space, that's always going to be helpful in those situations. But showing the EQ saying, no matter what it is, if you're rising to the occasion, or maybe this creates a whole bunch of anxiety for you, I am your boss. I am your leader in this. Let's get through it together. That's the only way that I've been able to navigate those situations where people respond differently. Because one person you're going to end up learning and knowing after a while, like, okay, I can put them in the pressure cooker and they're going to be great with that. This other person, I've got to give them a little bit more time. And it is on you, but if you, again, are in a larger company, a larger corporation, it's knowing, again, the trickle-down effect. If you're teaching your managers that, and then that's how they're interacting with their teams. It's giving people the space to be who they are, bring their own identities to it, and you know, allowing them to do that so that they can really rise to the occasion in whatever way they're going to do it. Because you're not going to change them either. We're all adults.
And have a backup plan.
Oh.
Worst case scenario, you're ready. Like, what happens if this person doesn't fulfills his deadlines? What happens then? I got to be ready because I got to protect my business. Yes, I'm a human being, but I'm also a business. So being ready, man, that's in a nutshell.
Keep
you know,
your finger
being
on the
caring
pulse.
and being ready.
Yeah.
So protecting your employees or your team, but also protecting your business. That's a good question. Do you want me to go for that or? Yeah. Well, then again, this is could be a bit unfair because I'm a small business, so processes for me are a little bit different than bigger companies, where you're pretty much going through a lot of machines and meetings and whatnot. To me, I don't try to picture hiring someone like, hey, I need this person to fit this mold. I am much more like, what can I do with this person's, you know, with their with what they're bringing to the table, potentially speaking. So I'm more of, well, my company's motto is differences unite us. So I'm not looking for a Peter when I'm hiring someone else. Make sense? I'm looking for something that's not in my team yet. Yes, there are similar personalities, creativities, minds, etc. However, everybody's different. Everybody has something to offer. I think going as far as to say you're not the right fit, at least that's not a perspective that I like to use. I think everybody could be a good fit because everybody has something to offer. I know it sounds a little like Disney story or something like that, but yeah, to me it's how it works. To me, I'm not looking only for CV or let me see your portfolio, let me see what you can do. I'm trying to get to know you, man. I'm trying to be like, hey, tell me about yourself. Like, what do you do? Like, what's your human side? Like, show me that, because then I can work with that. I can know who you are. I can know your limitations. I can know what to expect from you, but at the same time, not, you know, if you don't fulfill my potential expectations, you're not going to be the one to blame. So I try to make people fit as best as possible in my company. I'm not going to say everybody that I've hired still works for me, but at least the people that has worked for me, they've left the company for better opportunities, and I've allowed them to grow. I haven't been like, you know, just jealous about it or just like, oh yeah, sure man, whatever, just leave, get the out of here, right? No, I'm pretty sure like everybody that has worked for Unio Branding or with Unio Branding, they have positive things to say about us. So I'm looking more for that human side. But then again, that could be an unfair position for bigger companies. So I don't know. What about you, Hannah?
I think we have a lot of luck being a small team because we get to do these things. But in terms of onboarding, I think just our general topic, which is, are we embracing every identity and knowing your identity? First of all, onboarding is your first meet with your new employee. You're showing them who you are and you're setting your expectations. You know, I think onboarding is extremely important, not only for the company, but for the new hire as well. They get to see the window into your operations and immediately get dropped into, this is who we are, this is what we do, this is what we expect. So the more that you can dial down on your identity and how you want to be not only thought of externally, but thought of internally, and you know, okay, these are, you know, the characteristics and the expectations that I set for these hires. That person, if you have a clear you know, 1, 2, 3-step process. This is our identity. This is who we are. Join our team. There's a certain sense of comfortability in having very clear expectations and very clear prerogatives. If you're able to communicate that to a new hire, and they can come on board and they say, I know where I fit in. I feel good about this. I know what is expected of me. And that's your first touch on a new hire. You've set yourself up for success with hiring people within your company. You know, that's the first touch. Then you can do your progress interviews, you know, all of that type of stuff to see if we're keeping up with that identity, if we're keeping up with those expectations on both sides of the table. But yeah, I would put a lot of importance on onboarding, for sure. I hope that answered your question. We went way over, you guys. So sorry. Thank you so much for being part of our panel.
Thank you,
It's a pleasure
everybody.
speaking with you.
Lovely. One more time for our panelists. Thank you so much for that conversation. Well, did you know that companies with female representation in senior leadership perform better than those without? Studies show that having women in C-suite not only enhances organizational effectiveness, but also boosts innovation. For our next panel, we delve into the topic, redefining the C-suite, encouraging female leadership in senior roles. So this panel will unpack the transformative impact of diverse leadership and explore concrete steps we can take to support and promote women into top executive positions. Hear from the trailblazers, leaders who are not just breaking the glass ceiling, but also shaping the leader of corporate leadership. So please welcome our mediator, Brindy R. Cohn, owner of Masterful Strakes Incorporated, and panelists with a big applause, please.
So I'm Brindy Cohn, and my business Masterful Streaks came about when I began to help my friends who expressed things that they felt they didn't have in childhood, and I helped them turn that into serious business. So there was this friend who was always put in choir because her voice was a certain harmony that was always needed, and I helped her turn that pain around into, now she runs a dance studio in commercial space, and she's really big. Another friend, let's say her mother never played with her. So I said, let's turn that into a business. She passed the 2 million mark on her first year using healthcare and opportunities to pair it with playing with children. And we had an amazing opportunity. So this is one thing I've done. I've also opened nonprofits. So my own is called Kilam, and the goal is to help women. I mean, to help everyone, but like women is my first calling, and the local women as well. Another organization which helps couples who are struggling in their marriages but are safe, keep their families together. In the meantime of doing all this business, I went back to social work school, and it's my biggest dream to recreate the education system, and I'm pretty close to acquiring that. I'm a synchronized swimmer. I'm a specialist in aquatics. I do so many different things. So after 14 years of taking care of my children, nursing them, reading business books, I actually went out to work, and within 7 years landed the C-suite. And that's my story.
So thank you, Brandy, for that. So let me introduce myself. I'm Alzheimer Vieira, CEO of Fiberlog. We're a company in the telecom and power industry. We design engineering for these sectors on this field. with it over 8 years of experience in the telecom industry. I built my career based on the belief that leadership should be ambitious, courage, visionary, and a strategic thing. I heard this morning in one of the panels that how important it is to have a mission and a vision clear when you have your own company. And yeah, that's very true. It is important. But think about a moment about your values, your personal values. And if those values are also aligned with that mission and vision, that's very important. And in a company, every company has their own core values as well. And it is very important that your team knows them as well as you know, because that's what kind of leads you to that success. For me, at FiberLog, we have one of the main things that we believe is a strongly believe in win as one, which is a mindset of power that highlights the power of teamwork pretty much, because success is never a solo journey. So what is really important is bringing people together, align their strengths and push forward as a unit. That's for us. And if you ask anyone in my organization, they will tell you one of the core values of the company is teamwork. And it's very important that you and your team goes aligned with the same or a very similar mindset. One of the things that has worked the most for me also is being a strategic woman and an ambitious woman. In a male-dominated industry, this has opened me the opportunity to earn their respect, which is an amazing thing, and it's not easy to do, but I can tell you it's not a matter of gender, it's a matter of earning the respect. And this is just a consequence that achieving results. If you achieve the results or you show a self-confidence person, they're gonna trust you. And that's one of the most important things for me in a leadership world. So, that's my story.
Perfect. Hello, everyone. I'm Aytul Temiz, attending this event from Istanbul. I came a very long way to being here. I'm engineer and architect at the same time, owner of a company in Istanbul and Qatar as well. We were with my team together in this field around like 15 years. It's a big honor and pleasure to share my experiences in the Middle East, Asia, and a couple of countries in the Europe. The subject that we are discussing today is really very important. As a woman, I was dealing so hard because really, especially for the side jobs, women are usually, when they are designing something, they are more introvert. What does it mean? When you are like going back to your inner and producing something, you can be a designer. But when you are a designer, it's so hard to get responsibilities for these roles as a senior. So usually designers like architects, they refuse in having the big roles in the architecture and engineer companies. So we are sending them lots of life coaching and getting life lessons, maybe discover themselves how they can impress their feelings, like sharing more. And after all those years, I noticed that really all we can do as like a founder or the owner of the business, like understanding and supporting each other more as a woman. I want to keep going on, maybe after you introduce.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Parvati Murali. I'm actually working as an advisory partner for Capgemini from Canada. I'm based out of Vancouver, Canada, and it's actually a pleasure being here on the stage, first of all, to begin with other female leadership on the stage who have come from different walks of life, different professional backgrounds, different social and cultural backgrounds as well, to talk about what are some of the challenges that we have faced as women in C-suite roles. How have we overcome these challenges? That's what I would like to focus on. Like, what were the challenges that we faced? How did we overcome it? And what are some of the things that we would like to talk about to encourage women who want to get to these C-suite and senior leadership roles, right? So my background is I have a bachelor's in computer science engineering and a master's from the US. So I come from a family which is not really a South Asian family, very Orthodox family. So I had a lot of cultural background issues as well that I had to face to be where I am today. From an education perspective, to go out to work, and then and then finally achieve the C-suite position as well. So we'll be talking about it in just a bit, but I'd like to pass it on to the speaker here.
Hello. So my name is Dr. Thelma Ezono. I'm very excited, to be here, sitting here today to talk about these challenges, because I know these are things I'm sure everyone here at our level would have gone through it one way or the other. So I'm the CEO of Zips Medical Group. So what we do have clinics in different states in the United States. What we do in our clinics, we only see the veterans. So it's a little niche that we're working around. So recently, from my personal experience, seeing all these patients, we realized that there were some very basic medical devices that you would assume that everybody had. But we did a survey and found out that over 80% of people didn't have some of them. And then we started a Zips medical device, which is a new sector that we just came up with. It's been a journey, so whether we like it or not, being a female, comes with its own struggle. And then you're trying to prove points at every point in time. You're going for meetings where, 90% of the time you're the only female. And then for some of us, we're not just females, we're minorities. There's just a lot, you have to deal with. But then, against all odds, we're still where we're at, So it's really interesting. I want to see what we all have to say here today. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Tammy Dally Blackman, and I'm the CEO of Tammy Dally Blackman Group, based in Baltimore, Maryland, but we work across the country. Management consulting company that works across the government, nonprofit, philanthropic, and corporate sectors. It's interesting, we were doing our time together to prepare. I was thinking about how, for me, that so much of my world has been woman dominated, that I actually don't spend a lot of time thinking about it in the sense of what I've had to overcome. But obviously, as Thelma and others have said, they're all the things, and those things might be your gender, it might be your religion, it may be your ethnicity, all of those things. But it really is, for me, as some of you may have heard me speak earlier, these two women in particular in my family who just drilled into me very early on what it meant to be self-sufficient, to persevere, and to really think about these goals I had around education and around entrepreneurship. And so I'm so pleased to have had those role models very early on. It certainly does not mean that I haven't encountered things. One notable, I remember my company was going after some funding through one of these incubators, and I had someone who was a judge pull me aside, and he said to me, he said, "Your idea is incredible, the work you've been doing is incredible, but you will never get funded." And he said, "You will never get funded because you're a woman and because you're Black." He said, "You do not look like the tech people that we would fund." I appreciated his honesty, and I stopped going after funding. And at that point, I just became where I did it myself. Been self-funded. Everything I do, the second and third company got funded by the first company. So I've just tried to just keep persevering and pushing forward, but I never deny the fact that it certainly is a lot that we all have to do, whatever those layers are. And so it is a fascinating journey, and look forward to the other stories.
Okay, so now will come the official question. So we've all hit the C-suite, all of us sitting here, you've heard our story, and we are going to be laying out the keys that we have worked on to help us succeed. And it may be for you, it will be a key as well. Maybe it will be a guidepost of like, oh, she mentioned that, that makes sense. Or it might be something that will confirm that you actually have a very different identity, very different circumstance, and that you absolutely feel the opposite. And I see much value in that. And therefore, we're all going to stick to our, our authentic stories and our authentic keys so that you can relate to them in ways that serve you best. So again, I'll start, and then I'll try to make it as quick as possible so that we have time for everyone. So for me, getting into the C-suite, I live in a very gender separate community. And although I was married for many, many years and raised sons and even taught boys, as soon as I hit the C-suite, I began to see the male character completely different than anything I knew before. And I had to take a step back and say, if I want to be respected, I need to respect what I see. And it isn't only oppression that made the men stand up and provide for their families all these years. It's something about their male soul. It's about the invisible drive within them. I need to understand it more, and I need to kind of relate to them in a way that shows support for something that internally I don't feel. And that has been a very big key. And also, like, sometimes when they would come and say, Mrs. Cohn, we've been struggling for 2 weeks. We have no choice. We're going to ask your help. And I solved the problem in 15 minutes. I was very mindful of how vulnerable that made them feel. And I would say, it was good you asked me. That was smart of you, right? It was my smart thing that I got the solution. But I would honor them, and I would realize how they're all watching their back. Another quick thing I want to say is that it's really important if you're working with men to dress for the business world. This is not a beach scene, and it really disturbs the focus on the business. Another thing is that I learned that men waste a lot of time like bantering and making these jokes. And in the social work circle, I once said, maybe we could spend less time. And the men were like, what? Do you realize what stress we're under? We need this time, and this is how we decompress. So that's another key that I'm laying out that I learned. And finally, if you meet corruption and immorality, just know that the corrupt people eat women like they eat men. And do not confront them. Do not tell them everything you know. But do start to protect yourself and look for the door. It's really important.
Yeah, very interesting. Okay, well, my story is a little bit different. For me, I'm an architect originally from Venezuela. I'm a Latin woman. So when I came here to the States, I faced this challenge of entering into a very new world, which was the telecom industry. Like, what does an architect do that has anything related to the telecom, to the engineering field? So for me, it was very difficult. I started as a designer in this company. And a few months later, I just knew that I want something bigger. Like, I took every opportunity on my path, on my career. So like a few months later, I was promoted to a coordinator, then supervisor. And within less than a year, I was an engineering manager. And that was because I always consider myself an ambitious woman. Okay, I always trusted myself. I have an unshakable self-confidence. Sometimes it's annoying, honestly. Sometimes people could feel treated, like, what does she means, what is she like this? But that has been key for my success. So when you enter in a male-dominated room and a big decision table, you need to look your very self-confidence. Because if you don't trust yourself, no one will. That's the reality. You are not gonna sell anything that you have to say. After being an engineering manager, 3 months later, I was promoted to a project manager. And then I saw a needs on the market for better quality jobs. And that's when an opportunity opened to me to open my own company. And I saw a window and I took it because I'm an ambitious woman again. So that's been very important on my path, my career. But one of the things that is often said is that women are too emotional to lead. And who doesn't feel like, you have heard this in the past, right? Women are too emotional. And that's something that we heard constantly. And I'm gonna tell you something, it is true, we are too emotional, but that's not a weakness. And that's something that I learned. And one of the things that it mattered the most is when you learn how to blend that emotion, that instinct, that different perspective that we had, and you blend that with a strong decision making. That's key. That's when you start things, a big opportunity, a big window. And that's when people start respecting you all along the way. And that's when they start saying like, okay, yeah, but how she used that emotion. And when you take that in, and you put it on a big table with others, respect your male's perspective as well. because leadership, when you combine the two different perspectives, amazing things can happen. And that's my personal opinion. That's been my journey. My partner is a male, and we see things like very different. But when we combine the two perspectives, the two point of view, oh my God, what we have done and we have achieved in the past, it's been incredible. We started with 5 employees, and now we are over 60 employees in less than 4 years, which is an amazing thing. So know what are your potential, know what are your, for me, being self-confidence, being key in my path, but that's who am I. Now, know yourself and take advantage of that. That's all.
Oh, beautiful. You know, all of us coming from very different cultures. And in Turkey, I grew up in a family like full of women. I don't have brother, and I lost my father when I was 9 years old from a cancer. And after all, you know, with my mom and I believe my sisters, we learned that how to be a man and a woman at the same time at home. So when I start to work, life was easier for me than my friends. If I compare, like, who have like father and brother, more protection, you know. So when I start to work with like young ladies from the different generation today, you have beautiful speech tell me about the generation, and I believe that they are more fragile now because we are facing with the life in a harder way. More technology makes everything very easy, and in this way, I believe like new generation is a little bit fragile than us. So I love to talk to them openly, and I will always say that, you know, why life is very easy when we are working with men, but with women a little bit complicated. Why? Because you are scared because of your feelings. Tell something openly to other person to not hurt them, but it's not hurting, it's business. So at the same time, why you create something together and take care of their feelings, because I'm in a design field, and at the same time make them like just talk and say whatever you are thinking, what is bothering you, why you are worried about the something. I believe for especially giving the responsibilities in the years in the companies, this is very important. And I noticed that in my team, the ladies who take more responsibilities, they really start to talk more openly about everything that they are worried for work. And now in my 2 companies, it's like together around 140 people now. And I'm manager of one of them and business development manager for the second one. So now with the AI and other technologies, I believe that women will be more successful next couple of years, because the technology in design will grow up very fast. So they will just know how to manage. And it's not like a physical effort more for even the sites, because technology coming into the site jobs for to build something, and it will be easier to follow the site jobs for when you design. And I believe that, you know, if we have a good understanding and support to each other, that's a bigger opportunities in the life, and we don't be not scared. That's what I learned from my life. If life is cutting us, putting more pressure, it's just that maybe it's gonna make us more beautiful. That's it. Thank you so much.
That's very interesting to hear those conversations, because we're all from different walks of life, like I said. So from my perspective, I'm from the software development and IT industry. So we have equal number of men and women in the IT industry, especially in junior roles. When it comes to the C-suite, that's where we see the difference. We see that the C-suite is something that's very male dominated and not as many female in the C-suite levels or roles when it comes to IT industry. So one of the things that I've, because I said I come from a very orthodox family, so it's more of the societal pressure. When you come from South Asia, I think most people might be familiar here. We have a lot of movies and series about it. So on Netflix, Amazon Prime, and so many other OTT platforms that you can watch. But there's a lot of societal pressure when you are a woman from South Asian country. The reason being, as soon as a girl is born in a family, the first, how people think is, if you have a daughter, start saving for her marriage, not her education. When it comes to a son, start saving for the son's education and not the marriage, right? So that's how typically people think. So my family was very forward thinking. And like my friend said here, I was raised like a boy. So I was raised to be very confident, approach opportunities very openly, right? So somehow I've been very lucky, I should say, and blessed that I've had great men in my life, starting with my grandfather, my father, and now my husband, who have always been the wind behind my wings to help me and support me fly and achieve all what I want to achieve, and not be a barrier in any sort of way. That's, I think, one thing that is very important. We might talk a lot about why do I need approval from my male counterpart, but that's not how things work. At some point or the other, it's just like how you need to support your husband needs to support you as well, right? So that's how they say that it's like tracks on a train, right? It needs to run in parallel. So you need to support each other to be successful together. So that's one thing. And another thing, I recently read a book about the female brain, which talks about why we are more emotionally, why we have that emotional quotient, right? It's something that's very biological and beautiful. And the reason I read this book is because just less than 8 months ago, I had my first child, which is a daughter. So I started reading more into this at that time. So it is biological because we have a bigger hypothalamus, which is a part of your brain. And that's one of the reasons why we have that emotional quotient. So I strongly feel that you need to bring both to the table. Men are more practical. We always say that men are from Mars and women are from Venus, which is very true. And you need both perspectives to make sure that whether you're running a software implementation, whether you're running a different kind of a company, like it could be something to encourage and motivate people, or it could be a firm that is an IT industry, or it could be any other industry, hospitality management, whatever that might be, right? You need to have that different perspectives from different walks of life to make sure that things are driven, and you have those different perspectives to ensure that you achieve that end goal, right? So that's one thing. And some of the challenges that I faced it's really interesting because as soon as I finished my master's in the US, the first challenge that I faced was from an immigration perspective. I'm not sure how many of my fellow panelists or the audience can connect to this, but that was a big hurdle. No matter how talented I was, even if I was like an 85 out of 100 in the interview, and there might be a second candidate who was only 65, the moment they hear that I need a visa sponsorship to continue work, I would lose the opportunity. It would go to the next person in line, no matter if I had more skill set or if I was a better candidate, right? So that was the first barrier that I had to hit when I completed my master's and started finding work in the US. So that's one challenge that I faced. And the second one is perception. So one of the things that people usually think is when you're a South Asian woman, oh, they cannot speak very well in English, or they're not very good at presentations, you see? So that is a perception that you need to break, right? So that is another key component as well that I have experienced or felt was a challenge for me to break. And most often times in interviews in other places, it's like you're talking to this person for hardly 30 minutes. How do you express yourself well, right? How do you stand out? How do you make sure that you get the job? So those are some of the key things that was both challenging, very good learning experience, as well as something that I had to learn and use to break and get to where I am today in the C-suite level. And the third thing is, after immigration issues, perception, I think there is no right answer to this question. Most often times we have a question, do you go the route of hard work or smart work? What gets you recognition, right? Because there are a lot of us who work really hard. My first job, I used to work 20 hours a day sometimes. So there's no really good answer to it. It just depends on who your boss is and how do you tackle, right? Most often times I felt that having a female boss was really difficult for me, because though I had a female boss, they wouldn't really understand some of the necessities, right? It would be like, oh, she has a lot of distractions. She has a lot of family commitments, right? That's not how you have to perceive it. I've found that sometimes having a manager who was an opposite sex has really been more, that person has been more understanding for me than having a female boss. So it doesn't really depend on the gender. I think it's what kind of a person are they and how do you approach them, right? That is the key to it. Sometimes it could be hard work that you need to use to stand out, or sometimes it could be smart work, sometimes a combination of both. So it really depends. So I think those are the three things that I would say. There are a lot of other challenges as well, which I'm sure most of us are speaking about and everyone here could have faced. But I think these are the top three things that strike me on this topic. Yeah, I think that's a
thank
good
you.
summary. Yeah.
Thank you. So just like everybody here has said, as women generally, I think we've all faced a lot of challenges, walking up the ladder. I don't care how or where we all come from. I was raised by a dad who was very strong. Every time among my siblings, we say, oh, we wish maybe he thought when he wasn't going to be here for too long and just made us do everything. Like we're just going to be left alone to do it. Then down the line, I found myself in America. So yeah, I'm this little girl who just came in and blah, blah, went to school and all of that. But I also know that working with men, they've already had this perception that you're a woman, so you're going to be soft. There's this possibility of being weak. If you have kids, that's extra problem right there because she's going to call out. The daycare is going to say that daughter has a cold and she has to call out. So I always say, let's look at our kids as blessing, to us. But we also have to make space and room for that. How do we accommodate for that? I always say with my kids, I always had plan A, B, C, D, E, and F. It's not an excuse. Because it's always this one thing, once you come in and say, oh, my son, I had a boss, one time I came in and I said, my son, I hadn't even finished. And he said, oh, there we go again. So it wasn't even about me. So it wasn't as if I was calling out all the time, but I guess other females. So he's now grouping all of us together. And I wouldn't even finish saying what I had to say. And he just said, there she goes again. There they go again. I remember that like yesterday. So as a female, I learned early in life that, I had to make all those plans for myself. And whether we like it or not, it's a job. He had deadlines he had to meet too as a boss. He wasn't the CEO, so he had to hit back on us still working. So unfortunately, it is what it is. That's a fact. So as a CEO right now, I understand, basically. And when working with men, we also understand that men have this ego naturally. So even if you come in and you want to explain to them, they might be doing something wrong, but I also think, I'm sure most of us that are married here will know that because that's marriage 101. You have to be able to explain to him, while accepting that what he's doing is okay, but it could be better this way. At least we acknowledge the fact that he's doing his own and he's doing it okay, than just flat out saying he's not getting it right. That's just going to cause a whole friction. And then it's worse at the workplace because he has other people, maybe other people in the setting that see you do that. It really would hit on a man's ego. So we also have to, kind of try to, as much as we want to be correct, as much as we know that's right, we also want to walk through it because we all need each other. Wherever we work, wherever you see anybody, we all need each other, whether he's a man or a woman, we all need that to walk through that phase. And then again, with men go through generally a lot of things that we don't see. I had a boss who came and he was just always mean to me. There was nothing I didn't think about, like, what have I done to this guy and this and that. He was just mean to me. I just felt it didn't have to do with me, basically, but I made sure that did not affect my job, one for sure. I had to do everything right. If there was anything he made me do was that I had to do things, I had to double check everything I did. I definitely didn't have to make any mistake. Mistake wasn't even an option for me at that point. So we also have to watch that. As women, we get emotional. Yes, we do. Unfortunately, nobody has control over that. Sometimes I come at people and they think, oh my gosh, I think she's too strong or she's too hard. I also think for me, it's a fence for me, just to try to fight the emotions, the emotional side of me, so I don't get down. So all of a sudden, I'm building this barrier unconsciously, and people might look at it from that standpoint. So we also have to understand there are other people you're working with. You don't know what you're going through. So as women, also, I don't like the fact that most times we want to also put ourselves out there feeling like this person is just doing this to me because I'm a woman or because I'm this. People also have things going on in their lives. It might not be all about you, unfortunately. You might just be the closest person to him. Then we do have more men at that level, at the C-suite, no doubt about it. But we also realize that the society see them as a stronger vessel, so they're just going to give them more opportunities. They're also willing to take more risk than most women will do. You know, for women, no matter how much we want to be aggressive, we also have a limit. A lot of us have a limit where you don't want to feel like you're being too aggressive, but a man will go all out. So most times, most CEOs or people will kind of rely on them most, you know, not just, it's just the way the circumstances, how things work. So the only thing I can say for females who are growing or who are heading up there, try to manage your time. Family time is important and all, but try to know how you want to walk around it. You know, just trying to balance your stuff. So with women, we also have the internal capacity to manage 5 different things and still be okay. It's just a natural gift that the men can't. Once a man is doing more than 1 to 2 things, he's distracted. Once you add the 3rd thing, the 2 will fail, flat out. He can only do 1 thing at a time. The 2nd one, he will struggle. So, you know, so we just have to figure that out for those of us who are not married or who are just having kids. Yes, it's nice that you have children, but it's not the society's business. That's your personal business, your personal decision. Please take care of that and fix it. And don't assume that because your boss doesn't understand this means he doesn't have empathy. No. He will, like what they said, but how do they draw the line? So because your son did this, that's why you didn't meet the deadline. Fortunately, it's not going to fly everywhere we go. So try to figure out that part. If you have a husband, great. If you have one like mine, great, because he will pick up the slacks everywhere. I already know if something is going on, he's definitely the one calling out. So, you know, you can leverage on that to get through it. So I guess that's it for me.
Thank you so, so much. So I think I'll come at this in a little different way. As I said earlier, for me, I've lived in a very female-dominated world. And so I have literally just built an alternative world. You know how Shonda Rhimes built Shondaland, I've built Tammyland. And I don't spend my time thinking about men in this way. I think men are amazing, and I'm appreciative of the incredible men I've had in my life, whether it's been family, friends, uncles, my ex-husband. I'm just so appreciative of the amazing people who have been in my lives of all different backgrounds. So for me, though, it really has been, I think about this intersectionality, and we all have it, intersectionality, whether again, gender, religion, sexual orientation, where you've come from geographically, where you went to school, all of these things. And I think that for women, it certainly has always been the case. And for African American, for Black women, certainly has been the case. And we think about, there have been so many ways in history, when you look at history, that Black women have been told they had to choose one or the other, being a woman or were you Black. When you think about getting the right to vote, that's what Black women were faced with. For me, it's really has been, it's something that Thelma said, that the way I grew up was, my mother said I was an only child for a very long time. My only sibling came almost 15 years later. And so my mother drilled into me, I need you to be self-sufficient in case you were in this world by yourself. And that's regardless. She would have done that whether I was male or female. That was just her theory and how you do this and raise your child. So again, for me, it was always thinking about, how do I move forward? How do I break barriers? And I did not think about those barriers in terms of male or female. I just simply I've got to move. I've got to do what I have to do and think about it. So I've just built an alternative world. I want that, and I'm driving to that. I don't care what else is happening, and I'm certainly not, again, love men, but I'm not letting a man stand in the way of that, and I'm not spending a whole lot of time thinking about your feelings about that. I'm moving forward. I care deeply about community. I care deeply about how I not only the work I do, but how I give back in community, what it means to be, again, setting examples. I spent a ton of time talking to my nephews, for example, and my cousins' boys, because I want them to see this so that when they're out in the world, they have an expectation of this and know how to treat the women that they come in contact with, who are smart, who are ambitious, who are energetic about their lives, passionate, have ideas. So I guess in that way, that's the way I've tried to do this, but not spending a lot of time thinking about it positive or negative, but trying to be an example, but also trying to see that. So if it's about trying to be an angel investor, if it's about trying to provide advice, it's meaningful to me that I do this again about community, and it's not about about female or male. This idea is the way I've raised my own daughter. I have one child, and I am so proud of her. My daughter is 23 years old, and from the very beginning, I told her, "You are smart, you are bold, and you are beautiful." And I would have had a similar mantra if she had been a boy. But I wanted her to understand that she had to stand and she had to create her space, because if we look for anybody else to create this space for us, we're already in trouble from moment one. I'm not looking for anyone to create my space or to validate my space, and I'm sure that's true for all of these women. So I've just been thinking about this. How do I keep moving forward, and what that looks like? And I've tried to do that, again, as I've raised my own daughter, who's also become an entrepreneur, and saying to her, we have these conversations. What's your path forward? What are you going to have to get through? Who are you going to have to go through to get to what you want? Who are you going to leverage? Who are you going to have be in partnership with? Who are you going to care about? How are you going to use your time, your energy? Because I want her, again, to stand in whatever she's choosing, not because of her gender, but because of what she's choosing and caring about her community and the ways in which she wants to have impact. So I appreciate all of these stories. They're just so very important. But for me, I have created this alternative universe where, again, men are very much a part of my world and love them, but they do not direct my work, and they certainly do not in any way hinder this and my ability to move forward.
Thank you. And I want to say kudos to myself and all my co-panelists. This has been a wonderful experience to hear about female strength and how we have moved forward and our courage to tell our stories so others can follow our path, use our keys, reflect on the guideposts, or decide to do it differently. And I hope that this opportunity continues to bless you as you move forward and that you achieve your highest potential. Thank you so much.
On a lighter note, I just want to say we have been talking about this topic for a lot of years now. Most audience might be thinking that, okay, you are all women in the C-suite, which means you have already been there. So what is there to talk about this topic anymore, right? Because women are part of the C-suite today. We may not have equal ratio in the C-suite for men versus women in most industries, but why do we have to talk about this? On a lighter note, I would just like to say probably we can stop talking about this the day we have a female US president. Thank you.
Is it the next speaker's time? So we used our time to present. So we're going to let the next group go because we don't want to use their time. If anyone has any questions, you've heard our story. You might think, which one of us has an answer for you? You know, remember our faces and find us. We'll talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Beautiful. Thank you so much, ladies. We appreciate it. Alrighty, well, thank you again for that enlightening discussion. We really appreciate it. Well, imagine a workplace where leaders truly get their teams. Emotional intelligence, or EI, is often an unsung hero in the toolkit of effective leadership. It's not just about handling stress or being nice. It's about harnessing the power of emotions to promote a strong, dynamic, and adaptable organization. Our upcoming panel on the ripple effect, how leaders' emotional intelligence impacts organizations, will dive deep with leaders who use EI to inspire, motivate, and drive success. Prepare to uncover how sharpening your emotional skills can lead to real, tangible results in business performance and culture. So please welcome David M. Zachman, president of the Zachman Group, and panelists. The stage is all yours.
working. It's working now.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. You guys hear me? Is this on? No. Is it on? No.
Here, you want to use this one?
All right, is that one on? Cool. All right, good afternoon, everybody. Always a pleasure for you all to come out at the last session of the day. So thank you for being here. Appreciate that very much. We have an interesting panel. We're going to take a little different approach in terms of the format. First, I'm going to ask all the esteemed panelists to introduce themselves to you. Very short introductions so you know who they are and where they're coming from. And we have a kind of a diverse group, which is really kind of interesting and good. So I think you're going to get some different perspectives on emotional intelligence. And then we will, I'm going to be asking them to define for you and for us what emotional intelligence is to them. Okay, and then we'll talk about that. And of course, that'll lead to a lot of discussion. We're going to try and leave the last 10 minutes for questions from you. We can always talk some more. But if you have some questions, I think that would be very helpful. So think about that as we go along. So again, the title is A Ripple Effect, How Leaders' Emotional Intelligence Impacts Organizations. Do you think emotional intelligence impacts your organization you work in? Yes, no? Yeah, absolutely it does, okay? And it's, leaders have a really tough job in the world we live in today. And it's not just about the dollars and the cents, although those are important, but it's also about how you take care of the people that your success is dependent upon, and not just yourself, but for your organization. So it's critical that those folks are taken care of and that you serve them as a servant leader. All right, with that, I will go ahead and we'll start introductions, and I will go last. So
I guess that makes me first. My name is Sarah Olds. I am the Vice President of Product for an advertising agency called iProp, based out of Little Rock, Arkansas.
Good early evening. My name is Daniel Alvarado. I'm just retired. I came out of, I have 30 years of public service work where I use emotional intelligence almost every day. So thank you, and it's good to be here.
Does it work? Is it working? My name is Linda Crockett. I'm Scotland born, Canada raised. I am the founder and CEO of the Canadian Institute of Workplace Bullying Resources. That's a for-profit with many services that we'll get into later. I just recently also, that was 15 years ago, just recently started the Canadian Institute of Workplace Harassment and Violence. That's a nonprofit specifically for those who are harmed. And obviously, emotional intelligence has got a lot to do with preventing that kind of harm in the workplace.
Well, hello, everyone. How y'all doing today? All right. I am Belisa Winslow Taylor. I served 22 years in the United States Air Force, to include Department of Defense. What I can say to you, I've traveled over 300,000 miles. I've lived in 4 countries, and I'm here to share a powerful message with you. What I'm going to say is I am the CEO and founder of GoCore Mind, Body, Soul, LLC. BUB Relentless. Now, what is that all about? I teach you how to unpack your trauma, and I've gone through trauma for over 30-some years myself. But here's what I will say to you. Never give up on your dreams, and we're on this panel to share emotional intelligence. Thank you.
well, thank you. And Dr. Taylor, thank you for your service to our country.
Only 22 years.
I think she said 22, no? 2 years? Okay.
I thought I was going to do 2.
Well, thank you for your service. My son-in-law's in the Air Force Reserve, so I have good feelings about that. My name's David Zeckman, and I'm the president of a consulting group called the Zeckman Group. And, I'm a leader of that group. It's hard to manage that single employee, which is me. So that's a challenge in itself. I am actually, my background is I'm actually a retired hospital president and CEO. I was in healthcare for 39 years. I started at the bedside as a respiratory therapist, and I moved my way up through a number of systems in the Midwest. And my last 3 jobs was as a CEO. I actually started my life as a teacher. I taught high school biology and coached football and track. And I tell you that only because that really laid the foundation for what I believe to be my leadership background, as well as the emotional intelligence, because as you know, I took a different approach to coaching. I didn't do the yelling and screaming at my athletes. I did it a little differently and supported them positively with lots of other things. So that's where I sort of began my journey. All right, so emotional intelligence, what is it? So I'm going to ask the panel, each of the panel members, and they, by the way, they all have their own different definitions, and I bet you probably do as well. So let's hear what they have to say, and then I'll give you mine at the end. Who wants to go first? Okay, I figured you would, Alec. All right.
Because I'm one of those people that like to plan ahead. Now, this is what I wrote, so I want you to listen up. As a professional, molded by the tenets of discipline, standards, and cooperation, I have seen firsthand the ripple effect that emotional intelligence can have, not only within our ranks, but also across the entire organization. The military has always been viewed through the lens of strategy and might yet be the true lies in understanding human element of our operations. Emotional intelligence comprises self-awareness, self-regulation, motivation, empathy, and social skills. And here's what I want to go into the end of this, the ripple effect and action. I'm going to leave you with one. And here is what it is: heightened adaptability. In the unpredictable environments we often operate in organizations with emotional intelligence leaders, which are more adaptable. They can pivot quickly in response to challenges because their teams are cohesive, trusting, and cooperative. Now, here's what I want to say. Let us commit to cultivating this invaluable asset, not just as leaders, but as fellow personnel striving for excellence. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Linda?
Okay, well, as a trauma therapist, specializing in workplace psychological hazards or psychological violence, that's the spectrum there, I can tell you what emotional intelligence is not, because I see it all the time. I work with leaders as an executive consultant. I train on this topic: prevention, intervention, repair, and recovery. I bring a trauma-informed lens to it because we're talking about the human experience. When we talk about bullying, harassment, we talk about discrimination and racism, we're talking about the human being. That means psychological injuries, physical injuries, and that means trauma-informed perspective. You also need a holistic perspective because you're looking at the entire story. I do not believe that we can have any kind of solution to these kind of psychological hazards unless we look at all aspects of it. And that means leadership. That means those that are being injured. That means those that are witnessing it and suffering from what they're witnessing, vicarious trauma, be the extreme. And even those who are causing the harm, they come to me. They're sent to me on a mandatory basis. When there's been an investigation and they've proven to cause some sort of psychological injury. Workplace bullying is very different from childhood bullying, very different. And I work with these people and I get to offer them a non-judgmental, safe environment. And I've been doing this specifically for 15 years, and I've seen thousands of cases. So I know there's a real need for training. We have to set our leaders up for success. I know you're not going to like this stat when I say it. 72 to 75% in the research shows that bullying is coming from top down. And what that tells me is that we are not setting leaders up for success. We are not hiring them for merit. We need to hire them instead of because we owe a favor or no one else wants the job. We want to make sure they're trained. We want to make sure they're mentored, give them executive coaches, give them good skill sets, make them confident, help them be competent, but also have them have some humility. Those three combinations is emotional intelligence. To know thyself, to be self-aware, self-insightful, accountable to thyself, to know your barriers, to know your biases, to do self-inventory, and to know what your scope of practice is, where your limitations are, where you need to learn, to be strong enough to be vulnerable, and to understand, to have empathy for the people that you're working with, to set the tone in that environment. What tone do you want to set? I've seen the opposite tone, it doesn't work. So ripple effect, I'm going to sum it up. You're going to save multiple millions to billions every year. If you put emotional intelligence, leading with emotional intelligence, that's the cement that you stand on. You can draw from many other leadership skills, but have that as your cement, your foot there in the cement of that. And you will save billions every year in mental health. In sick leave, in benefits, in medication, you will save millions every year just by doing the right thing.
I think just as to add, I think probably you know that the number one issue facing CEOs, I could speak definitely to healthcare, but it's true in most industries, is labor. It's labor costs. And to Linda's good point, this is one way of taking care of the employees and trying to save those costs that definitely are taken right off the bottom line. How many of you I said this, and Linda told me this earlier today, and I was shocked with that number. How many of you were stung by that 75% number? Does that surprise you? It surprised me a little bit. Maybe I was naive. I thought I know what's out there, but I guess I wasn't aware to that extent. And that's probably something I needed to do a better job of in terms of being aware of that. Daniel.
So just building upon what's already been said, it's not enough to know yourself. It's not enough to know how you respond. That is only the gateway. Where I used emotional intelligence in my field is that you need to learn how other people respond, how they're feeling. When you can set your feelings and your emotions aside, you can understand what they're going through. And this is a concept that you can take everywhere. I'm telling you, as a first responder, when you're dealing with people at their absolute worst, if you can set your emotions aside and talk to them and relate to them, things go better. The situation calms down. And it doesn't matter if it's somebody you just met, if it's your long-standing partner, if you learn to listen, humility, and just be respectful. Give them a moment. Let them have their moment, and then acknowledge it and move forward. Those are the cruxes to emotional intelligence.
Thank you. Sarah?
I actually think I can add to his. I feel like a leader's emotional intelligence is not only how we respond with our own emotions, but how we guide and lead our team. It's all about inspiring them to make them their best selves. And there's a big misconception that leadership is all about being the boss. It's about leading, in a sense that it's our narrative, and it's not. Our narrative needs to fit what best works for our team. Then we all succeed. It's not one size fits all. It's not one style or one vision. It's one goal. It's just how we get there is the question. And I also agree that it comes from adaptability. If we don't adapt, we don't grow. Stubbornness is very popular in this digital age where our attention span is that of a gnat. So if we don't grow, we don't succeed. And if we don't succeed, then ultimately our team fails and we fail.
Thank you. My definition of emotional intelligence is a little bit more pragmatic, and it's very simple and direct. And I wrote a book on it called Driven by Compassion, 8 Values for Successful Servant Leaders. And I believe that emotional intelligence is how you treat others and serve those you lead. You know, they're as leaders today, they're looking for us to serve them. For us, they want to feel valued. They want you to provide the resources they need to be successful. And that includes emotional intelligence. That just includes giving them a bunch of supplies or whatever they need. The emotional intelligence support they need is really what will help them to be successful and help them to feel valued. Okay, now I'm going to ask this question, and I'm going to ask each of the panel members to provide what a ripple effect example, what would be a ripple effect of emotional intelligence? Now, to set the stage, that can be a good and a bad thing. Okay, so we're going to have some good examples. I have an example I'm going to give, which I think is a good example, but there's going to be others that may not be so good that you may want to, sort through as you hear the examples. Okay, who wants to go first? Okay, Dr. Taylor.
Sounds so enthused about me.
I am.
All right. So I'm thinking about, this is what I want y'all to think about: a pebble being dropped in a pond, and think about those ripple effects. And what I really want to say is, when you drop that pedal and you see that the ripple goes everywhere, and that's how you should look at your journey as well, through the lens of emotional intelligence. We often say that it's emotional intelligence, but I equate that to clarity, confidence, and the courage to keep going.
Thank you. Anybody else want about Linda? I guess you're next in line.
When I think about it in the work that I do, I think about it as a ripple that would actually save lives. Because I know that there are people out there that are so stressed, that are so afraid, that are so traumatized, that are so, and generalized anxiety disorder, depressed, that they're thinking about jumping off that bridge, that ripple effect might be that you just sit there and you listen and you validate. You can validate somebody without even seeing what happened to them. You can say, that must have been awful. That sounds like a really terrible thing. Learn the skills of validation, and that is gold. That could actually save lives. That's a big ripple.
In your work, and this is for anybody in the panel, where have you seen lives saved? You have an example of that?
In my work?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I
don't know. You were
I'll tell y'all a brief story. My daughter wanted to attempt suicide 9 times, but by the grace of God, she's still here. I did the case study on my daughter. I found out that I lost my husband to suicide as well. I recovered from a brain aneurysm. I rescued my daughter from human trafficking. I was human trafficked. So this journey has been a journey of a ripple effect. But what I can say is that by the grace of God, I put God in my life, because if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be here. So we can talk about emotional intelligence, we can talk about all that, but we truly need that human touch. We need some authenticity more, because how are we going to save lives is truly about showing love. We're liking that today. And I know I'm on a tangent, but I just need y'all to know, yeah, I look good and all that, but it was a journey for me to get here. And serving my country, 22 years in the United States Air Force and the Department of Defense, and I worked for 4 presidents of the United States of America. I am so grateful I did it, because I wouldn't be able to save my son, my daughters, or any of that. And I thank you all for listening to me right now.
Well, thank you for sharing your story. That means a lot. Thank you. Linda?
I can say, if we're getting a little personal, then I can say that,
Yeah.
Back in 2008, when I hit rock bottom in a workplace, I was a medical social worker at the time. I worked in a cancer center. I was helping people through death and dying. I was helping families after the passing, a job that you choose. Not everybody wants to work in a job like that. And it takes different people of different skill sets or hearts, maybe. And I was bullied by a psychologist, a social worker, 2 HR, and a pastor. And when you get a group of 2 or more, that's called bullying with a mob mentality. I wasn't the only person, but I was bullied to the point, and I'm a stubborn Scot, there's no doubt about that. I'm a very stubborn Scot, and I decided I was going to stay and prove that I was the best employee you could get, so I worked harder and harder and harder. I came in on my Saturdays, I worked through my coffee, I worked through late. I did more to prove that I was the best employee, that you could stop bullying me now because I'm deserved to be here. But that only made things worse. And I'll fast forward because I'm stubborn. I stayed years to the point where I was diagnosed with PTSD. I was so skinny. My hair was falling out. I had a rash all over my body. I was your typical of what stress will do to you. I had ulcers in my stomach, and there is more, too personal to share. I was on the edge of that cliff ready to jump. Many times. I did not want to continue. I saw 4 therapists, and each one of them made me worse because they didn't know this injury. 4 made me worse, closer to the edge of that cliff. I'm ready to go. It was the 5th one who just listened, who validated, who made me feel I wasn't crazy, who just listened, that saved my life. So when I say that, I meant that. And it's from then on that I started doing what I do now.
Thank you. Daniel?
So, yeah, I can give you 2 very quick examples. When I retired as a lieutenant, and when I first got promoted to the rank of lieutenant, as a lieutenant, I'm in charge of an entire shift, 100 and some odd officers, scheduled 7 days a week, right? And for the first several years, my captain who was in charge of me, you know what? They left me alone. I had 2 captains, right? They left me alone. They acknowledged what I was doing. Morale was good. Things were great. New captain comes in. In the span of 6 months, that captain's lack of emotional intelligence took me from a confident, strong leader to an isolated one who didn't want to leave the office, whose teams were now underperforming, and I was under the gun for why things weren't working. But it all boils down to that captain's emotional intelligence, or lack thereof. What I did learn, though, is I learned how to circumvent that captain, pick myself back up, and get my teams back on track. The overall morale for that area that I was working was down, but my teams were picking up because they understood that I had their back.
Thank you. Sarah?
Yeah, I'm not going to get personal. No offense, but y'all made my heart hurt. I got lucky. I'll be honest. My career started off slow but steady. I had a very just emotionally intelligent leader who knew what his strengths were and knew what his weaknesses were. And he saw where he had weaknesses, I had strengths. And he was able to build up my strengths to fit where our team needed them. So if they couldn't go to him, they could go to me, and vice versa. And I got very blessed. And I felt like that was something I needed to share with my team. So moving forward, every team member we bring on, we assess strengths and weaknesses. Where can I help make them better? And where can they make me better? Because I need to grow too. I haven't reached my peak. I've got many years ahead of me. Just saying. So it's a continuous journey. And I want somebody to be up on this stage 10 years from now feeling like they were blessed because I helped them. Just like I feel blessed to have Patrick help me. We're in this together.
Thank you. I have one example in talking about a ripple effect and positive energy. I have a saying that a great servant leader is quick to forgive and slow to fire, rather than quick to fire and slow to forgive. Do you think it is really hard to forgive as a leader, isn't it? Sometimes it is, okay? And that takes a lot of emotional intelligence from you and also onto that person. So my quick story is this, and it's a real life story, and it's true today. I had a nurse that was working in the operating room in the recovery area, and I was told she was stealing drugs. Okay, happens. By the way, it does happen in healthcare, and it's not unusual. What do you think the first thing we do with that is? What do? We fire her, right? And or we turn her into the authorities. So the HR people pulled me in and said, you know what to do. But I always had a philosophy that if an employee wanted to talk to me directly, they could. I know that drove the HR folks crazy. Okay, they didn't like it. but I did it anyway because I thought it was important as a servant leader. I had to walk the talk. That's one of the values. So this person came to see me and I said yes. And she gave me this, story that she was addicted and selling, and that she really needed it, as the usual story, to take care of her family, and her husband had some issues going on as well. And I looked at her and I said, what convinced me why I should forgive you and let you stay on as an employee here? And she looked me in the eye and she said, I promise you that I will never, ever do this again. Now, you're going to say, and you're going to look at me and you're going to say, they all say that, and some of them do, and sometimes this fails. But you know what? I looked at her and I had a gut feeling. I looked her in the eye and I said, okay, I'm going to do this. Okay. And you have to go through certain things, the drug testing and all these other types of stuff to keep your job. And this is obviously your last chance. This was 15 years ago and she's still working. Okay. Now, if I had not had that, maybe this is emotional intelligence, maybe it's just love, maybe it's just servant leadership. Okay. But if I hadn't done that, what would have happened to this person? Right? This happens all the time. And I cringe when I hear about leaders, and I heard some stories of leaders today, leaders that bully, harass, that don't care about their employees. Okay. There's no room for that. It's unethical, it's immoral, and it's not what a great leader should be. I'm going to ask all of you, and we're going to ask you to ask, I hope some of you have questions, I hope, because we have a really good group here. By the way, does anybody else want to add anything or say some more? You're on stage. We have some good talkers too. I like that.
Bullies are too expensive to keep. How's that?
Okay. What else? Anybody else have? How many of you, I'm going to ask you, I want you to raise your hands, okay? How many of you worked for a bully? Wow. Check that out.
Wow.
How many of you left your job because of that?
Wow.
Do you, and I think you all know the answer to this question, so I'm going to ask you. I like to get the audience involved. This is what I do. What is the number one reason people leave their jobs? I think you know the answer, but I want to hear it. Pardon? Manager. Is it money? Well, money is important. Okay, you're underpaid, but that's not the most important thing. Okay, it's the manager. You fire the manager. Okay, and you leave. Is that a loss? Of course it is. That's a loss for the person who leaves, and it's a loss for the organization. What else? Anybody else have comments that you'd like to add to that?
Unfortunately, the type that I see leave to save their lives. They love their jobs. They don't want to leave. They have all kinds of investments, relationships, reputation. They don't want to leave, but they leave to save their lives.
I want to talk about leadership, because oftentimes I saw a lot of hands being raised. But what if you had a leader, a great leader that had your back and looked at everything objectively? How would it turn out? And so this is what I'm saying. His boss has to get involved. I often tell people, when you know how an organization is ran by when you see the people. You need to understand this right here. It's the leadership that fails you. It's the person that's at the top that's making all the decisions that's failing you. When it comes to people in organizations, two things people would like to know. Do you care about them? Give me a little time off and give me a little attaboy. Because if you're going to, I didn't know that what I was doing in my military career, I would go around and say, good morning, how are you doing? When is your birthday? And we'll have special things. But also what we did was, we did have employees of the month. A lot of times people say, well, that's okay. But you know what? It is good to have that. It's good to show your employees that you care about them. So let's flip the switch. If you have a great employer that loved you as a human being, because that's what we're losing touch of now. We're losing touch of human beings. If you had that, would your hands still go up? Because now you're going into, a lot of times the pressure is on the leadership. The leadership is pushing all the hatred, the disrespect to you guys, and it's not fair. So if you had a better leader that had better qualities, by the show of hand, would you have stayed? By the show of hands. And see, that's the thing. I love AI, but we got to understand this right here. It's about relationships. And if you want to learn more about anything, get to know a person before you start wanting to know what they do, how much money they make. Just get to know them. And I went on a tangent, guys, but I love what I do.
Actually, you just led me to a tangent. Thank you. She made a great point about one of the things is, in terms of emotional intelligence, get to know the people that you work with. Now, here's the caveat to that. The caveat is this. You're not prying into their personal life. Correct. But what you do is you just get to know them. Remember, there's an old saying, a smile is the shortest distance between two people. You never know what a difference you're going to make in somebody's life by saying good morning, you're saying hello. I used to chew, one of the things is I always made it a point to try and know as much as I could about the people I worked with. I had 2,000-3,000 people. I couldn't know everybody, but I knew a lot of them. And a lot of times I would say, I knew about their kid's star athlete. It was in how they did in the game Friday night. I learned about, I had an OR director whose son had leukemia when he was 5 years old. And when I went to see her, her eyes lit up when I asked how he was doing. Okay. These little things show, you could say, is that emotional intelligence? That's leadership, okay? Everything starts with leadership, and everything starts with compassion and kindness, okay, which I'm sorry to say a lot of leaders don't have today. You guys, okay, Linda?
I'd like to also make a point that I've learned from working with leaders, that there are a lot of leaders out there that are not comfortable working with conflict, that avoid the conflict. And conflict is your early warning sign. It is not bullying. Conflict is normal. You want to be comfortable with conflict so that can become teachable learning moments. And you can address it before it evolves and becomes something worse. So if you're uncomfortable with conflict, if you're a leader in the room, it's your responsibility to take accountability for that. There's lots of courses, there's lots of coaches, there's lots of books, but really try to get comfortable with dealing with conflict.
How many like to fire somebody? I don't.
I want to add something to that.
Although there are people out there who like that.
I want to add something to that. Don't be afraid to knock on the door and talk to your boss about what's going on. Because oftentimes when you say, raise your hand, I'm out the door, but think about it like this. What if I went in there, got my emotions out the way, and talked about the pure facts, and given the boss the opportunity to try to change that trajectory? You get what I'm saying? So don't be afraid. Some of you right now are in a position where you're ready to just go. But think about it this way. Write down what has been troubling you. Write about things, how you can possibly fix the situation, or you want your boss to come in and intervene in the situation and then move forward. Somebody's out there right now is on the fence. I know it. Ready to just give it all up and not work at this place anymore. But knock on that door. I'm telling you to knock on that door and have the courage to do it.
Okay, we have about 10 minutes, and I would like to open it up for questions. If anybody has any questions or comments or stories I'd like to tell. Yes, ma'am. Do we have a microphone?
Hello.
All right.
Okay, now we're on.
So it's very interesting, and thank you for sharing your stories. It's really touching, and we can learn from you guys. My question is, I'm a CEO, young CEO, very young, and I've been experiencing these cases where I learned the hard way that it is important to to have this touching with your people, to understand them, to listen to them. And they all have something very interesting when you stop and listen to them. But they all have something interesting to say. But the question is, sometimes these issues doesn't get to you because you are the CEO, the very top, right? So you don't feel this. I spent last year, I did this practice where I had one-on-one calls with all my employees, all of them. I really want to know them because I had people working for me that I didn't even know. I never had a conversation with them because I have managers, supervisors, and all these hierarchies on the company. So what other practices can you spend, because CEO or COO or CFO, any of the executives had a lot of things to do, and it's hard for us to take the time, especially if you work for big organizations where you have large employees, large number of employees. So to get to know them and being on very, on these, involved with all what's happening on your organization. So what advice do you give? What actions can we take for the executive and the directors or on the manager that we can implement on our companies?
I want to say something. I was listening at you. I'm a very good listener. And I'm gonna go back to my military because I was in a leadership position. You know what I did? The morale was great, but you know what I did? I strategically had potlucks. And here's why I did that. When you have a potluck in an organization, they bring the meals that they want. Everybody is not thinking about work. They're actually having fun. And that's where you go on into that leadership role where eventually you do it enough, they're gonna trust you. And when you trust them, that's you home free, because then you're gonna have a great relationship. And that's what we're missing about, a lot of us. We need to start working on our relationship with people and stop worrying about how much money somebody's making and making it about you instead of them. It's about relationships. You had that potluck, it's going to change the trajectory of your atmosphere. And that's what it's about. Change that atmosphere.
Sarah, you have a comment?
I have a different perspective to that.
Okay.
There's too many employees to have a potluck for me. I see it more as, what kind of healthy conflict are you having with your direct reports? Do they trust you? Can they tell you the good, the bad, and the ugly? Do they tell you about what Susan is doing from 2 departments below you just because she feels like she can't? Or is she telling you the bad things? You have to have a free, open communication. Don't just talk about the numbers. Don't just talk about who's getting hired and who's getting fired. Have the open, healthy conflict. Have the small, not quite gossip, but open conversation about how's their team doing? What's Susan doing? How's her kids? But not too much where it takes all your time, because your time is so valuable. It's so valuable to the point where you can't know everybody, but you should trust your direct reports to know their people. That's where your trust comes in. That's your strength.
Your question is a tough one, only because it really relates to culture and the culture of the organization.
Yes.
And it has to start at the top with the CEO. And if it doesn't, usually fails. I'm teaching the servant leadership course to 2 healthcare systems in Florida right now to the middle managers. So we're attacking it from the middle manager perspective. I've got the buy-in from the CEO and the VP of HR, but that's where we think we're really going to make a difference. Yes, ma'am. It's not my microphone. I gave you the.
So one of the
things, I was a CEO for 20 years. Now I call myself a CEO, but it's just me. And I had a large team of people. And one of the small things that I did that really helped set the culture of the organization, and we don't think about this, is do a letter for everybody that onboards to your staff. Have an open letter from the CEO, personalized, signed, that outlines your core values and what those core values mean for your organization. Not just the words, but define what that means for your organization. Just in the onboarding. And then every now and then, you can't meet with them all, but get on the camera and do a quick video and send that email out. And if you can do that like quarterly and just keep going back into those core values and why we do this, and remind them that you have an open door policy. Be careful with that, but remind them of that. And I think that can be something actionable that you can do.
Visibility and accessibility, that's what it's about. And a CEO has to do it. How many of you work with a CEO that just sits in the office all day? Okay, do you understand? Isn't it terrible? It's really terrible. We can't do
Can
that.
I just add to what was said there 1 second there? Can I just add to that? I love what you said back there, 100%. Walk your talk, practice what you preach, because you're going to lay it out. They've got to see it in action. I love the part about the video. It's great for us to see who you are and know that, but I would also have alternative processes so that people could reach your level, because maybe there's somebody creating a block not to get to you. So whether that's whistleblower lines, whether that's surveys, I don't know if you know the free resource called Guarding Minds at Work. Plug that into your Google search, you'll get free surveys, and that information comes back to you.
We have a question, maybe one more question, maybe two. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to add, and everybody's getting to that, and it's there are tools out there, 360-degree tools, and it's all about the culture that you're talking about. And if you create a culture in which there's an openness and transparency to a point to where it could be, and it's safe, psychologically safe for everyone, then you have a culture which is moving in the direction, and now you won't be such an anomaly in terms of being that person at the top. You'll just be a great face, somebody who runs a great company, and it will open up the door. And so thank you for this. And may I just say that I am going to continue your conversation on Thursday morning at 9:30, all about emotional intelligence and leadership.
Well, very good.
Kudos to you
Maybe I
guys.
gave you a good prelude there.
Thank you for letting
The
me.
last question I want to ask all of you is that how many of you had too much encouragement today? Okay. There's a question. Ask your leadership team that when you go back, and ask your employees, and I want to meet the person who said too much encouragement today. Anybody have any final words? Daniel, you have anything or?
You know what, I just kind of wanted to build on a couple things. We touch on culture, and that is a huge animal and beast to go into. That's actually a field of my study. So, but much more for you, pay attention to what the rumors are. If you pay attention to the rumors, because oftentimes as leaders, like, oh, that's just a rumor. You need to listen to the rumors. Always remember, where there's smoke, there's fire. Okay? So the first hint that you think there's a problem, dig into it, dig into it, dig into it until you are satisfied.
Any other
One
final
last thing I
questions?
wanted to say is take the time. That's what we got to do. Sometimes we say we don't have enough time. Make time. Make time to do whatever you need to get done. Make the time.
We have one final question coming up here.
Beautiful, I'm running. She had a hand up right here. And he did.
Hello. This morning we were in another panel and they were talking about generation. If you are talking about change the atmosphere, how can you do to keep or maintain that open channel that your team don't hire some information if all your team is supreme? How can you generation is what? Gen Z generation, exactly. How can you do to keep that open channel with all of your team?
So real quickly, that just boils down to the relationship. And for each generation, they have specific ways of communicating. So when you start building that relationship, have that hard conversation. Hey, if I've got some bad news to tell you, how do you want me to tell you? Do you want me to give you a forewarning and then you come in and we meet about it? Do you want me just to tell you? Right? I'm a very direct person. But you may like something to be told indirectly to you, right? But the only way I'm going to know that is if we have that relationship and have that conversation beforehand. So if you want to keep the channels open, just have the conversation. Ask the question, how do you like for me to communicate to you? How do you want me to talk to you, right? Some people don't like the bosses. I know when I first started, if the boss didn't know my name, I was happy. I was. But, you know, towards the end, I made everybody uncomfortable because I knew every one of my officers' names. I knew everybody.
I think, and my last comment, I think we're making a big deal out of the generation thing, maybe more than we need to. And it's just my opinion. Leadership is leadership. Relationship building is relationship building. Okay, how you treat people is how you treat people. Whether it's a Gen Z or a Gen Y or a baby boomer, whoever, we all have our differences. But again, it's all the basics and how you care about people, how you treat them, how you build for their success, and building relationships. We make such a big deal out of this, and I hear it all the time. I just, take care of your people, right? That's what we're here for.
I think there was one more question.
Oh, we have one more. Gotta have one more. All right. We are right on.
Forget about you.
Thank you so much. When we talk about emotions and hear a lot of examples there, when you have somewhat a period of time with interactions, most of the example come from that one. Yet, a lot of time when we deal with certain audience, so for example, like I've been doing a lot of hiring lately, and one of the things is we have run into interactions with individual where you say, wow, that person have a lot of potentials, yet certain thing they bring onto the table say, that's a big no-no right away, right? So in those instances, advice from the panels there, when you see the potential, you have to stand for your values. How do you incentivize or try to get to win that person?
So we want to take a shot at that? Sarah, you want to try it?
I don't feel like you can win the person. If they're not wanting to fit into your core values, then they're just not the right fit, no matter what their potential is. They have to live and die by your core values. Otherwise, you're not going to trust them. That incentive's going to drop off, and so are they.
I agree with that. I'm going to second that. Don't incentivize. They may have great potential, but at the end of the day, it comes down to the communication and the respect aspect. And if their values are not in alignment with your organization, with you, then it's time to say, thank you, nice meeting you. Let's move on.
But in a respectful way. You split respectfully.
Always a respectful way. Well, thank you all I appreciate your participation, by the way. That's always fun to do. It helps us. And, these are really smart people up here. They did a great job, and they're very, very accomplished at what they do. And so give them a good hand. So I think that we're done.
Yep, lovely. Thank you so much, panelists.
They are very gorgeous.
Yes. Alrighty, my folks. We are actually ahead of schedule by just a couple minutes. So go ahead, get your talkies out. Go ahead, exchange business cards, do whatever you choose. We have about 5-10 minutes before we'll get into the awards, okay?
Check 1, 2. Check, check.
Alrighty, my friends, now it's the time that you guys have all been waiting for. So as our day of dynamic discussion draws to a close, let's make a moment to honor some standout individuals. The recognition session applauds those who innovate spirit and leadership have made significant impact. Their accomplishment inspire all of us to aim higher and push boundaries. So to present these awards, please welcome to the stage Barry, the CEO of Energy Lounger LLC. Beautiful. He's my Vanna White today. Alrighty, my friends. So the coffee is officially worn off. I do not mean to butcher your names. I just don't know you as friends yet. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. Our first honoree is going to be Caitlin Locasco King for the Leadership Excellence Award. So Caitlin, founder of Magna Fusion Brandworks, blends 15 years of experience of business attorney experience and nearly a decade of social media strategy. Her marketing journey began with e-commerce clients on Etsy and Spotify. Being a strategic thinker, she guides businesses of all sizes and stages. Thank you so much. Next, we have James Gamet with the Leadership Excellence Award. You guys know James, okay. So James is the CEO, founder of Peak Performance Coach and of Inches Makes Miles, combines military discipline, martial arts, philosophy, neuroscience to unlock potential. His transformative programs have benefited elite athletes, executives, and creatives. As a Marsam Award recipient, he inspires purpose-driven leadership. You want to say something?
Hey, thank you guys all for being here. I appreciate everybody in here. I really wanted to give a big shout out to my wife. Tomorrow will be our 18-year anniversary. And Renee, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be in a place and have the opportunities that I've had. So thank you very much for all your support. Thank you.
A little heartstrings moment. I love that. Next, we have Dr. Mary Joy McConnor for the Leadership Excellence Award. Dr. McConnor, founder and CEO of Inclusive Excellence Consulting, brings 15 years of experience in the workplace belonging, inclusive engagement, and international education. Drawing prior C-suite leadership, she now empowers global organizations as a consultant, coach, and facilitator. Yep, thank you. Next, I have Nur Atul Temes for the Emerging Leader in Business Award. Nope. All right. Escape Engineering and Architecture, Atul Temes Leadership Landscape Design. Nur combines cutting-edge design techniques with sustainable practices. With a deep industry is that you? Beautiful. With a deep industry understanding, she focuses on designing environments that enhance aesthetic appeal and promote environment well-being. Her expertise extends both in residential and commercial landscapes.
I came around 16 hours to reach the Las Vegas. I met with a couple of beautiful people in here. It's just a big pleasure to just share this perfect moment with you. Hope everybody will have much more beautiful, successful days. Thank you so much.
Next, we have Rochelle Ruthford for the Leadership Excellence Award. Rochelle is the CEO of Kids on the Move, a multi-million-dollar nonprofit supporting children with delays and disabilities in Orem, Utah. With over a decade of C-suite leadership and consulting, she also brings experience from organizations like FamilySearch.org to prevent child abuse in Utah.
Thank you so much for being here. As the CEO for Kids on the Move, we work with children with disabilities and delays. We've been in business for over 40 years, and we support over 3,500 children every single year, and we have over 3,000 volunteers every single year. I would encourage you to please get involved in your communities and bring your business experience to the nonprofit space, because when we unite together as leaders, we can make a powerful impact on our communities, on our nation, and the influence and impact we can have globally is also very astounding and very much needed. So I encourage all of these leaders in the room to see how you can make an impact and make a difference. Thank you.
Next, we have Ryan Lathrop with the Leadership Excellence Award. Ryan is the president of 360 Group International, Inc., specializing in executive protection and high-end event security. Ryan brings over 23 years of experience from the U.S. Marine Corps, NYPD, and a private security. Ryan's leadership emphasizes a strong corporate foundation, ensuring team alignment through clear policies and procedures. Thank you. Next, we have Dr. Sarah Sun Liu, Leadership Excellence Award. Dr. Sun Liu, CEO of MPS Merchant Service Group, brings over 30 years of experience across finance, law, real estate, fintech, and nonprofit management. She also leads successful political campaigns and holds advanced degrees from Harvard, MIT, and USC.
Good evening, everyone. I'm humble and very gratitude for this award, leadership award. So thank you for my God, His blessing, and my family members, especially my husband, Abraham Lee, and their loving and support. And also people of California and great nation America, as well as a global community. So leadership is not just our own success. Leadership is empowering others and give opportunity, community, and lifting. So this award is their missions. I'm deeply grateful to all of you and these organizations. Thank you so much.
And our last award of the evening, Yudasign Jatap for the Leadership Excellence Award. Yudasign, CFO of Tap One Lid, offers 10 years of experience of offshore financial advisory, investments, and wealth management. He provides high net worth individuals, businesses, and trusts with personalized strategies for financial optimization, tax efficiency, offering independent advice on diverse financial products. Yeah, that's okay. But other than that, let's see. Congratulations to all the nominees and honorees. Your remarkable achievements not only set a high standard for excellence, but also inspire change. So let's give them one more round of applause for their impressive contributions. As today's enlightening sessions come to a close, remember the conversation doesn't need to end here. Our networking hour offers perfect opportunity to reflect on the day's learnings, build new partnerships, or simply relax and enjoy a drink with some peers. So enjoy exchanging ideas, share your insights, and perhaps kickstart a future collaboration. Make sure, sorry. It doesn't really say, but if you go over to the booth, yeah, if you go over to the booth, you're going to find a lot of people, and I promise it's going to be very enriching. They also have the conference for the 2025-26 holds for our gathering in Dubai, Singapore, and the US, so you can visit those at the booth as well. Special thank you goes out to our gold sponsors, Kids on the Move, Benefit RFP, Serenity Light Recovery LLC, and our bronze sponsors, Theo System and Team Up Corp Incorporated. Your support has been instrumental in making today's event a success, so our deepest appreciation. Other than that, we will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. It's a wrap.
Ooh, baby, you set my soul on fire. That's why I know you're my soul desire. Oh, baby, here I am, dying till the limit of yours. Yeah. Oh, here I am, baby. Oh, yeah, baby. Now here I am, baby. Oh, broken man. Oh, here I am, baby. Oh, you feel yeah, yeah, baby. Here I am. Oh, if I never see the setting sun. born again. You won't hear me cry.